Yeah,
Awesome.
brilliant. So I'm going to do a little more here, cut here, little translation. Simple, man.
Nice and easy.
A whakataka te hau ki turu, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. Kia hi ake ana te atakura. He teo, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. A tēnā tātou katoa. Te mihi tuatahi ki ta tātane atua I runga rawa. Huri nō ki te kingi Māori, ki ingi tū hei te e noho I runga I te ahure wā tapu o tōna mātua tūpuna. Huri nō ki ngā mate haere atu rā ki te rā wahi ko Hawaii ki nui, Hawaii ki rō, Hawaii ki pamamao. Huri nō ki a tātou e ora ai, tēnā koutou. Nau mai hara mai ki raro I te korowai o te kingitanga. Nau mai haere mai ki roto I te wāhi o Waikato Tainui. Nō reira, haere mai ki roto I te wiki o te reo Māori. Tēnā tātou, ki o koutou waka, o koutou marae, o koutou kainga, me o koutou whānau I roto I te whare wāna o Waikato e mihi atu nei. Kia ora tātou katoa. We welcome you. And we open this with a blessing of the dawn to us all, this great event. We welcome you to the area of the kingitanga, and we acknowledge King Tuheitia as the Māori King. We also acknowledge his ancestors, those who have passed on beyond the veil, and those who are living today, and especially to Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori, the Māori Language Week, tēnā koutou. As we've been asked and invited to open this event with a prayer, I've also wanted to share a whakatauki that I think links together and brings together the thoughts and the talks and the inspiration that will be shared today. In the 1850s, King Pōtatau Te Whirowhiro was crowned as the first Māori king. At his coronation, he gave a whakatauki. Kotahi te kōwhao o te ngira, I kuhuna ai te miro mā, te miro pango, me te miro whiro. What he was saying was that through the eye of the needle, the red, the white, and the black thread must pass. He saw much change in his time. Change of new peoples coming into Aotearoa. The change that would come upon the Māori society. What he was saying was hold fast to the faith, hold fast also to the laws, and also remember charity, to look after one another. And so as he saw much change in his time, I think this is also a message for us. Those who will speak today have different backgrounds and experiences, and it's up to us in our day to bring and combine all these learnings and experiences to make a better community for Aotearoa and throughout the world today. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning. Welcome to TEDxRuakura 2020. My name's Thomas Nabbs.
And I'm Michelle Howie, and we'll be your MCs for this great event today.
TEDx events like this are ways that communities across the world can profile ideas worth spreading. And TEDxRuakura is a great way for the Waikato region to communicate some amazing things happening right here, right now.
Our theme this year is the divide. This event is about what divides us and what connects us all. Join us today as we explore, recognise and reflect on the divide, questioning the status quo and what's possible, and as a community, build on where we are at as a source of strength and inspiration for action into the future.
Now, this is the exciting part, the reason we're all here today, what we've been waiting for me to tell you about health and safety and where the toilets are. So if you do need to go to the toilet, it's just out into the auditorium to your right. If there is an emergency, we need to follow the guides out, and we'll meet down the western end. There's a concrete pad at the end outside of the building.
Okay, a bit about our plan for the day. If you've been to our previous events, then just a heads up that due to COVID, we are running our events slightly differently. We've reduced our live audience capacity by about 2/3 to allow for social distancing, but we've picked up an additional audience on the live stream. Hi. So today's broken into 2 sections. Our first session will run through till approximately 12 noon, and then we'll break for an hour for lunch. We'll kick back off again at 1 p.m. and finish by about 2:30. For those that have VIP tickets, we look forward to seeing you at the after party, which is from 4 p.m. onwards. And note on our speakers, in courtesy to our amazing speakers, please don't leave or enter while a speaker is on stage. If you have to leave at any time during a session, you will not be allowed to re-enter while a speaker is speaking. And please, no photography.
Yep, and please also mute your phones for obvious reasons, but don't turn them off. So in lining with our theme of the divide, we're looking to bring together the live audience and the audience online, and we can do that through the power of social media. So on the social media front, we're using the hashtag TEDxRuakura. Spelling is behind on stage, or behind me in front of you. And also a further shout out to our live stream, who are at www.tedxruakura.com/live. Also, live stream or online audience, you can comment on any of the speakers that you see here today, and we'll be reading those comments out ahead of some of our breaks. So we do encourage you to interact online and bring together those communities. James Hutchinson is a self-confessed mad scientist. He holds a PhD in chemistry from the University of Cambridge and believes in the power of New Zealand science to transform lives and change the world. He leads the Kiwi Innovation Network, which is the combined powers of the New Zealand universities, Crown Research Institutes, and other research organisations. James is super passionate about ensuring that New Zealand doesn't just survive, but thrives into the future. Welcome, James Hutchinson.
Hi, my name's James, and I'm a scientist. Now, science wasn't always on the list of careers for me when I was growing up. Hey, Prime Minister maybe, but certainly not science. That was the stuff for tall poppies. For a start, no one in my family had ever been a scientist or been to university, full stop for that matter. And I really wasn't sure about working in a lab all day and wearing a white coat. But do you remember that one teacher in high school that really inspired you? Well, for me, that was my chemistry teacher, Mr. Gladding. To be honest, it was the loud bangs and explosions that sold me in the first place. I remember one day Mr. Gladding had brewed up a concoction of this stuff called touch powder, which he poured on the footpath outside the classroom. The lunch bell rang, kids ran out of their classrooms, and the stuff popped and exploded under their feet. Look, we never got that sort of cool stuff in geography or economics, I'm just saying. But Mr. Gladding also really inspired me with the promise that chemistry held to do good things in the world, and that not all scientists wear white coats. Fast forward a few years, you can imagine how proud my mum and dad were when I got offered a place at the University of Cambridge to do a PhD in chemistry. I packed my bags, I was off to the UK to jump into the world of research. It was at this stage that I really started to get excited about the power that science holds to transform lives and change the world by solving problems. And I mean some big problems. COVID-19 is a big problem that's playing out before our eyes and in real time. And the global scientific community is mounting a mammoth effort to tackle the pandemic. But these sorts of big global challenges are really nothing new. The United Nations launched the Sustainable Development Goals back in 2015. And Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of the UN at the time, said that there's no plan B for tackling these challenges because there is no planet B. We have no plan B because we simply have no planet B. And here are some of the things he was talking about. 25,000 people die from drug-resistant infections alone in Europe every year. That's about the same number of people that die on that continent from road accidents. 3.5 billion people, that's almost half the world's population, are thought to be at risk of malaria. What about food production? Well, 1 hectare of land in 1950 could grow enough food to feed 2 people. Fast forward 100 years, that same bit of land is going to need to provide food for 6 people if we're going to support our growing global population. Here in New Zealand, a massive chunk of our waterways are thought to be unswimmable because of pollution. And we have a terrible track record in this country when it comes to equitable access to healthcare, especially for our Māori communities. This is something we really must get on top of. And that's before we've even got into the big meaty challenge of climate change. But hang on, what's all this got to do with science? Well, it turns out that science can help fix a lot of this stuff. And that we're well on our way to creating a globally competitive technology sector right here in New Zealand that is doing just that. And this is where my journey as a scientist comes in. I lead the Kiwi Innovation Network, or KiwiNet for short. And we're helping New Zealand grow by turning scientific research into market-ready opportunities. We're doing this by pooling resources and funding from New Zealand's universities and research institutes to support and accelerate research commercialisation. So what this means is our support enables New Zealand's clever scientific discoveries to be developed further, ready for private investment, so they can ultimately become the new products, services and companies that are transforming lives and changing the world from right here in New Zealand. Some of the companies we've helped to create and support include Hot Lime Labs, who are reducing the carbon footprint of commercial greenhouses by providing a sustainable source of the carbon dioxide they need to grow their plants. Or what about Avalia Therapeutics, that are leading New Zealand's response to a COVID-19 vaccine? Then there's X-Frame, that's revolutionising the way we think about building by eliminating waste and reducing the amount of raw materials being used by the building industry. Then there's Inclusis, who have developed a clever product called Talk With Me that's enabling autistic children to communicate with their families for the very first time. And right here in the mighty Waikato, Ligar Polymers are using their clever chemistry to remove toxic metals from industrial waste and are now working with the Māori economy to create a whole new biotechnology sector right here in New Zealand that will create valuable products from horticultural waste. Who'd have thought there could be so much useful stuff in kiwi fruit skins out of all things? And the list goes on and on. Now, this all sounds really easy. But of course, like many things in life, it ain't that simple. But let's wind back the clock a moment to James at age 28, who's now officially a mad scientist. I just got to the end of this amazing PhD experience and was now a doctor of chemistry, which was no good for members of the family lining up for free healthcare, by the way, but that's another story. By this stage, I was absolutely loving the world of research, creating new discoveries and pushing back the frontiers of knowledge. But the thing that was niggling away in the back of my mind was that all too often, these clever scientific discoveries, these golden nuggets of new knowledge we were creating in the lab, would almost get stuck in the world of research. They weren't always finding their way out into the real world where they could make a tangible difference to people's lives. And this made me think, what if there were more people with a deep knowledge of science and the scientific method, people like me, that could help put more of this science to use? It turns out that in New Zealand, we have a thriving science base that punches well above its weight internationally, and we have all of the right ingredients to turn this clever science into game-changing innovations. And this is what attracted me back home to New Zealand. A belief in the power of our ideas, our know-how, and our innovative spirit to create technology solutions to the big global challenges we face and lead the world in doing so. And it's more important now than ever that we accelerate this as a nation because of the massive impact that COVID-19 is having on our economy. You can almost think of our economy as a rainforest ecosystem. Thriving rainforests are highly productive. They have a rich biodiversity and symbiotic relationships that enable life to flourish and prosper well beyond its boundaries. The rainforest canopy consists of the big plants that support the rest of the ecosystem. Now, the New Zealand economic rainforest canopy currently consists of about 3 or 4 big types of plants, one of which is failing before our very eyes if we think of how our tourism sector has been decimated by the pandemic. So the way things are panning out, we're going to be left with some pretty big holes in our rainforest canopy. And our struggling economic rainforest can only support a limited number of people to work in it. As plants die away, many people are losing their niches or being left behind. 40,000 jobs were lost in only the first 5-19 lockdown here in New Zealand, and that's already halfway towards the total number of jobs that were lost during the 2009 recession. Kiwis that are going to have to find a way to survive and prosper in this uncertain future. But even before this started to happen, I've been wondering about what sort of planet we're leaving behind for them to inherit anyway. The need to take action now on all of this has only become more urgent. So here's the opportunity. This is the time for new ideas. The time to create some new beginnings for Aotearoa New Zealand, to tackle things like health inequity, environmental sustainability, food production, climate change, and not to mention future pandemics, while rebuilding our economy. What if we were to use our COVID-19 recovery to build a much more diverse economic rainforest with a plethora of different plants, while also embedding the Māori principles of kaitiakitanga, or guardianship, that aim to care for our land, our resources, and our people, not just now, but far into the future? Well, I can tell you that we would end up with something that is very unique to Aotearoa New Zealand. The great news is we don't have to sacrifice anything to do this. We don't have to throw out what we're already good at and start again. New Zealand can do this by enhancing the very primary sectors that are at the core of our heritage, by leading their transformation from high-volume commodities through to unique high-value products that will give us a competitive advantage. So I want you to imagine for just a moment that growing into the gaps of our rainforest canopy were 100 high-growth technology startups led by 100 inspired entrepreneurs. An ecosystem bringing forth technology solutions to global challenges while driving our economic recovery, deploying the many people who have lost their jobs through the recession, and creating exciting new opportunities for our young people. Not only would our rejuvenated rainforest be diverse and resilient, it would be nurturing a thriving entrepreneurial workforce and leading the world. Through our work at KiwiNet, we're making real strides in bringing about this prosperous future for New Zealand. We're accelerating cutting-edge technologies out of our universities and research institutes and into our new economy. The secret to our success is that all of the organisations within the KiwiNet family are collaborating in a uniquely Kiwi way to do what's best for New Zealand rather than going it alone. In a little over 10 years, the KiwiNet whānau have already created over 50 new technology startups that have already generated hundreds of millions of dollars in our economy and have created over 500 new high-value jobs for New Zealanders. All from our homegrown Kiwi science, and things are really starting to speed up. The magic works by sprinkling these clever scientific discoveries with a dash of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are ambitious, they're resourceful, and they're also open to new ways of thinking. They're the inhabitants of our new economic rainforest. They're the people that know what it takes, with the mindset and the skills to start with an idea and transform it into something special. Importantly, they come from a diverse range of backgrounds and in all shapes, sizes, and colours. The thing is, entrepreneurship's not something that's reserved for people with some sort of privilege. It's not about just running businesses and making money. It's a mindset that's applied to everything we do in life. It's about being bold, being driven, and being decisive. One of our most famous Kiwi innovators, the late Sir Paul Callaghan, once said that New Zealand's future prosperity would be completely transformed with only 100 inspired entrepreneurs. Well, I think he was right. And that Aotearoa New Zealand needs this entrepreneurial insurgency now more than ever. So where on earth can we find all of these people? Well, it turns out that we're making a great start. Firstly, at KiwiNet, we've already found and are supporting 50 emerging innovators. These are 50 Kiwi scientists with an entrepreneurial spark that we've empowered to take the lead and are fast-tracking to success. Our emerging innovators are leading some of the many startup companies I spoke about earlier. And this program has been so successful that we're now actively fundraising to find and support our next 50 inspired leaders. Secondly, there's an important role here for the many talented New Zealanders that are currently returning home from overseas to escape the pandemic, bringing with them the skills and the experience that can be turned to something new. And of course, we can be deploying many of the Kiwis that have already found themselves unemployed through the recession. But for me, the most exciting and important opportunity here is how we support our young people to travel this journey, to nurture New Zealand's next generation of technology entrepreneurs. Because we're rapidly charging into a future where the nature of work will never be the same again. There will no longer be a job for life, and we will all need to be adaptable. So this means that future generations of Kiwis will need to be entrepreneurs in order to thrive. And they will need to be literate in science to navigate the technology-based future. Now, when I embarked on my journey as a scientist, from the early days of the loud bangs and explosions, I never for a moment dreamed that I would end up doing what I do today. It turns out that science has given me all of the skills that I've needed to travel my own journey of entrepreneurship. And this has made me realize that science is for everyone. It enriches our lives by solving problems. It helps us to make sense of the crazy world around us. And most importantly, it empowers us to take the lead in making the world a better place. We all have our part to play to bring about this prosperous future for New Zealand. Whether we embrace our own entrepreneurial spirit, or we support our next generation of Kiwis to become the tall poppies. It simply starts by encouraging our kids to be curious about science at school, and by doing what we can to nurture their entrepreneurial spirit. I'm grateful that I had my chemistry teacher, Mr. Gladding, to inspire my passion for the possibilities that science can bring, and that many people along the way, especially my mum and dad, encouraged me to be adventurous and bold. This magic combination of science and entrepreneurship is a gift we should make available for all young New Zealanders. Because ultimately, they will become the guardians of our new rainforest. We can all work together to bring about this prosperous future. And I know that if we get this right, we will all make Mr. Gladding proud.
An amazing start to our day. James told me that it was a huge honour to open TEDxRuakura this year, and I'm sure you'll all join me in giving him another round of applause for an amazing talk. Now, a small correction from my introduction, but an important one. We are not keen on flash photography at all in the auditorium, but please do feel free to take photographs without flash and use our hashtag to share on social media for those that aren't here live with us today. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our second speaker. Adele Hauai is of Ngāti Maniapoto, Ngāti Kahununu and Tūhoe descent. She's a co-founder of CCOM, Talk Medicine, and is a board member of the Healing Innovation Hub. She has a Bachelor of Education Studies majoring in Special Education and Business from the University of Waikato. Her passions include learning, helping others, entrepreneurship and sign language. And on her journey, she's learnt to use her heart as her brain. Please welcome Adele Hauai.
Imagine this, an energetic little toddler girl strolling around in a walker upstairs in a two-storey home. Baby gates didn't exist back then. Suddenly, she went tumbling down the stairs, her mother diving to the rescue, calming her down after pulling her out of the walker. Nothing much was thought of about that experience. A few years later, this same girl, 6 years old, was sent with a glass cup to get some flour from her auntie's house across the road. When the roads were clear, she skipped across the street. Then, whoosh, this spider chill feeling crept up her like spiders creeping under skin at the speed of lightning, then bam, she was out. Slowly coming conscious, with no one else around. She could see glass in her hand, blood trickling down her arm. But she couldn't feel it. She limped back home. Her parents rushed her to hospital. A few years later, she was sitting in a school assembly. That spider chill feeling hit her again, and she started convulsing in front of 300 students and teachers. Her brother dragged her out of assembly, embarrassed in front of his friends. Having more ongoing similar experiences, she was officially diagnosed with epilepsy by age 11. I am that little girl. From experiencing all these epilepsy experiences, my seizure experiences were inflicted from that traumatic brain injury, falling downstairs as a toddler. With over 80 million people worldwide experiencing head injuries every year, if you fall, deal with domestic violence, play contact sports, or drive a car, this could happen to you. So what is epilepsy? I'm one of approximately 60 million epilepsy warriors around the world. Epilepsy is not hereditary in my family. I'm the only person of all my family members I know who has it. Epilepsy is defined as a disorder in which the nerve cell activity in the brain is disturbed, causing seizures. Stress is a major trigger for seizures. For myself, even standing here on the stage today is stressful. There are over 40 types of seizures, some of which are life-threatening. I myself experienced 6 types of seizures throughout my 23-year period of epilepsy. They included tonic-clonic grand mal, nocturnal sleeping, absence, complex partial, and simple partial seizures, as well as auras. I'll explain a few of those types of seizures. Let's start with the tonic-clonic grand mal seizures, the well-known shaking on the ground type seizure. Now, let me clear a few misconceptions about epilepsy. When someone's having a seizure, they're not being aggressive and violent. You don't need to call the police to intervene. When someone's having a seizure, they're not acting out, they're not stoned, they're not drunk. They're having a seizure. People aren't leaning on this and making it up. You need to trust that when someone's having a seizure, they're actually having a seizure. And just to let you know, it's not cool to pretend to have seizures if you don't have epilepsy yourself. Please, show some respect. For myself, 90% of my tonic-clonic seizures came without warnings. No time to call an ambulance or push buttons on a medical alarm. It was straight blackouts. Not feeling anything during these seizures. Then slowly coming conscious, but having lost my sense of feelings. For me, it was a common incident to bite my tongue during these seizures, waking with the taste of blood in my mouth. I could see the blood, but I couldn't feel the pain. It's a bit like the experience of a dentist numbing your mouth. This is what it was like immediately after having these seizures, losing control of myself, and not even being able to speak properly. It was these feelings of helplessness which cause a lot of anxiety, shame, and fear. Complex partial and absent seizures were rather different. They were either blank staring or fiddling activities. I'll take you on the journey of what it was like to have these types of seizures throughout my journey of motherhood. Having up to 4 seizures every week during pregnancy, I had a great fear of miscarrying my child every single time it happened. Even the thought of having a seizure while in labour giving birth weighed on me. While that never happened, I had a seizure the next day while breastfeeding my precious newborn son. Lucky the nurses rescued my baby and safely put him in a hospital bassinet. I couldn't bath my son alone. I could drop him and he would drown. I needed to attach his pram to my wrist in case I had a seizure and he rolled down the hill or on the road without me. I needed to catch taxis and buses everywhere, as you can't drive when you have seizures. I even came conscious from a few of my seizures with my toddler son right beside me, fear in his eyes. It was hard not to feel like a failure as a parent while he witnessed these experiences. So what is it like to have a seizure in a situation where you may die? I had 3 near-death experiences: one during a flying fox ride, one during surgery, and a seizure while swimming in a pool. When I was 13, I was at the public pools with my family. I was doing what most other teenagers were doing, splashing around in the water. Then it hit again. I lost consciousness so quickly I had no time to get out. No sooner did it happen, where I felt my spirit leave my physical body. I felt peace and tranquility as an angel spirit, with pure white surroundings all around and above me. Even though I could clearly see everyone down below, watching the lifeguard pull me out of the water and attempt resuscitation. I felt someone behind me, an angel spirit, urging me to go back down, as my time on earth was not yet finished. It didn't take long before I rejoined my physical body and I coughed up water. I can't remember much else about that experience, except that I was in a trauma shock as to what had just happened. I will be forever grateful for that quiet hero, that lifesaver, who saved my life. After 23 years of ongoing seizures, trying many different medications, none of which had worked, I come to this point in life where I couldn't handle what was happening to me. I even asked the neurologist, what more can I do? And so this brain surgery path began. Approximately 6% of the 60 million people with epilepsy qualify for this left temporal lobectomy brain surgery that was recommended. I even needed to ask myself, should I do this? Should I not? Even though the success rate is between 60 to 70%, the surgery team still needed to explain all the risks involved: loss of speech, loss of vision, stroke, paralysis, and even death. And why did I need to know these risks? They wanted to remove a third of my brain. Oh, even just contemplating this thought of surgery overwhelmed me, even to the extent that I almost completely cancelled the surgery. But I pushed past these fears. I followed my heart, not my head, and did it anyway. I arrived at the hospital. The medical team shaved off the left side of my hair, and I was put to sleep. I slowly came conscious in the intensive care unit 4 hours later. According to medical research An average person takes between 4 to 6 weeks to recover from the surgery. Through the power of faith, prayers, and miracles, I was discharged from hospital 3 days after and shopping the next day. 1 week later, no seizures. 1 month later, 1 year later, 2 years later. My last seizure was on the 6th of January 2013, the day before the surgery. Words cannot comprehend how much gratitude I have for myself taking the courage to undergo the surgery, and for the skills and expertise of the surgeons and medical team who underwent this amazing intervention. Faith precedes the miracle. Now, will I ever have another seizure again? Only time will tell. Whether I have one or not, ahakoa e te takunuhu, he rei kei roto. I will accept my limits, continue to face them with courage, and turn them into success.
Wow, what an amazing story, what an amazing lady. How many of us here can say that we've died and come back to life and have had a third of their brain shaved off? It's pretty incredible, and some of the challenges of having epilepsy I'd never considered before I heard Adele's talk, and if you can imagine being a mother and bathing a newborn, just incredible. Wow. Righto. Our next speaker. Andre is Managing Director of BioBrew Limited, a New Zealand-based innovator in probiotics. He was born in Reno, Nevada, and he grew up in Denver, Colorado. He moved to New Zealand in 1998 with his wife Heather. And when he's not trying to figure out how probiotics save the planet, Andre likes to trail run, tramp, ski, climb, all those things that you'd expect to do in Denver, Colorado, I suppose. And he's recently become competitive in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Please welcome Andre Prosanos.
$500 million years ago, anaerobic microbes ruled the earth. And everything was just fine for them until cyanobacteria showed up and started making lots and lots of oxygen, which was poisonous to the anaerobic microbes. The good news is that all of this oxygen allowed multicellular animals to evolve. Some of the anaerobic microbes were able to shelter from the oxygen inside the guts of these new creatures. They carried the microbes around and fed them regularly. In time, they became dependent upon these microbes to do for them tasks that they could not do for themselves. The anaerobic microbes were back in charge. A bit of time went by, and these simple creatures developed a spine and hands and the internet And here we are today. We rely upon the microbes inside of us to perform tasks that are critical to our health, our well-being, and our very survival. These complex systems of microbes, which outnumber the cells in our body, interact with our nervous system, our digestive system, our immune system, and more. Without the support that we receive from these microbes, we would all soon be very unwell. This arrangement between body and biome worked very well for 500 million years. As long as we did our part, the microbes did theirs, and the complex systems interactions worked in our favor. But about 200 years ago, things began to change very quickly. The Industrial Revolution radically changed our food supply, our living environment, and the stresses that we feel can be quite different to those of our ancestors. The very nature of our gut environment changed. All of this is just fine for our gut microbes. They can easily evolve in response to changes in their environment. The problem is not with them, it's us. We do not evolve very easily. What's happened is our gut biome has moved on while we have stayed essentially the same. What's emerged is a disconnect between a gut biome evolved for modern life and one that is evolved to serve our best interests. This disconnect has created a range of variable and difficult to treat illnesses. Chronic skin, gut, mood, immune, and inflammatory disorders that were rare a couple of hundred years ago are common today. We are often left experimenting with drugs, diets, and the advice of various gurus as we seek relief. I became aware of all of this about 11 years ago when my wife, Heather, decided to take an organic horticulture course at Lincoln University. There, we met Don Pearson, our business partner-to-be, who was splitting his time between teaching and running his market garden. I ended up helping Don on his organic farm for about 6 months, during which we had a long conversation as we worked our way down row after row after row of organic broccoli, onions, pumpkins, and more. The immediate effect of all of this hard work is that I will now happily pay $100 for a broccoli. I don't grow veggies anymore. As Dawn and I toiled in the dry Canterbury Nor'wester, that long conversation turned to topics like soil biology and gut biology, including what he thought a truly effective probiotic product should look like. I thought this sounded like a business, and BioBrew Limited was born. For the past decade, we've listened as people have told us about the problems that they are having with their farm animals, their horses, and their pets. Over the last year or so, since we've launched our human health product, we've listened as they've told us about the problems that they themselves are having. We noticed that these problems seem often to come in clusters. The arthritic dog has a history of eczema and diarrhea. The nervous horse has a history of colic and fungal infection. The depressed person has a history of irritable bowel and disrupted sleep. People are often quite frustrated by the time they get to me. They may have had lots of visits from their vet or lots of tests from their doctor and still not found a solution to their problem. Well, that's just great, I say. If you've already done the hard part, if you've already eliminated the stuff that can be wrong with your body, maybe the problem is not with you. Maybe it's them. Remember that I said, for the last 500 million years, the microbes inside of us have been in charge of their environment. They still are. They will do exactly and only what is in their best interests, even if that gives us a sore gut, itchy skin, or an anxiety disorder. Now, there's a lot of advice out there. If you want a healthy gut biome, just eat right, exercise, get plenty of rest, reduce stress. Easy, right? Well, here's where it gets tough. Remember also that I said, over the last 200 years, our gut environment has changed, and our gut microbes have evolved in response. For example, if we've been eating a junk food diet, if we've been eating a lot of sugar and processed carbs, our gut microbes will have adapted to that diet. They will be happily eating all of that junk food, even as we get obese, sick, and depressed. Our gut microbes will even fight against us if we try to change that diet. They will produce symptoms like headaches, bloating, cravings, all in an effort to force us back to our old habits. The willpower model of diet and lifestyle change ignores the fact that no matter how determined we are to make a change, our gut microbes have their own opinion and they will fight dirty. This is a big part of why so many diets, gym memberships, and New Year's resolutions fail. We may bring our best intentions to these efforts, but we often forget about the trillions of microbial bosses inside of us that need to come along if we are to be successful. Now, you can certainly grind it out. If you eat right, exercise, get plenty of rest, reduce stress, you will get healthier. But this can be very, very difficult to do if you're already suffering from symptoms like headaches, bloating, cravings, etc. What's needed is something to get the ball rolling, a shortcut, if you will, to get our gut microbes working for us rather than against us. My job is making one of these shortcuts. We make fresh, live, and active probiotics that I think are very good at helping people with these kinds of problems. But there is a wide range of microbial tools that you can use to improve your gut biology. Cider vinegar and kombucha contain organic acids that are good for your gut biome. Fresh, leafy, colorful vegetables are full of stuff that's good for your gut bugs. Traditional fermented foods can be very helpful. And of course, there's a range of commercial probiotics and prebiotics that you can buy. In my experience, fresh, raw, unprocessed stuff works best. Just as we see patterns associated with gut biome problems, so too do we see patterns associated with the solutions to these problems. A modest change in gut biology can improve sleep and make it easier to stay on that new exercise program. This in turn reduces bloating and makes it easier to stick to that new diet, and so on. I find that the easiest and fastest results can come when we take the focus off of ourselves for a while and instead focus on our gut biology. If we first take care of their needs and avoid the battle that they can wage against our best interests, the willpower stuff, the diet and exercise stuff gets much easier. And then we're on that virtuous cycle of change. Once we've negotiated a peace with our gut bugs and enjoyed some improved sleep and a bit of exercise, it gets much easier to keep it going. Just as we see that our health and our well-being can be dominated by the microbes inside of us, so too is life on Earth dominated by the microbes. The overwhelming majority of life on our planet is microbial, and none of us can survive without them. The soils that grow our food, especially the root zones, are massively microbial. We rely upon microbes to process much of our food. And even the treatment plants that process our wastes need microbes to get the job done. If we are to have a healthy, happy, and truly sustainable future, it will be in no small part because we have paid regard to the microbial bosses that rule life on planet Earth. And it can all begin with that unique and very important microbial universe that lives inside of you right now.
How good was Andre? He is amazing, right? I want him to come over and read bedtime stories to my sons. He's also done something pretty generous for everyone here today, and we'll tell you a bit more about that later on. Allow me to introduce speaker number 4. Jonathan is co-producer of the recently launched book, How We Got Happy, Stories of Health, Hope and Happiness from 20 young Kiwis who beat depression. He's motivated by growth and learning, seeing the world, and helping people let their lights shine brighter. Jonathan believes that there's a positive way we can all talk about mental health, a way that makes us feel energized, uplifted, and liberated. Please welcome Jonathan Nabbs. You were amazing. Great job. Great job. It's done now, it's done.
My brother. He's my brother. He's my brother. Can't you tell we sound exactly alike? Well, not right now, you can't.
It's great. Nice and clear. Nice and crisp. Yep, really good. Please welcome again our fourth speaker, Jonathan Nabbs.
If you're a Kiwi, like me, you have a 1 in 7 chance of experiencing some kind of depression by the time you have your 25th birthday. That's a stat that has come out from UNICEF the last few years, and it puts New Zealand the highest in the OECD. It also says those numbers are higher still if you're female, and they're higher still if you're from Māori or Pacific background. But I think we've been looking at things the wrong way. There's a better way we can look at this. I myself was a part of those stats between the ages of 22 and about 26. At the time, I saw the whole experience as this big, bad thing and was very scared of it. And in the time since, I've had to work really hard to figure out what works for me in terms of building wellness and staying well. At the time, above and beyond everything else, I even started to get the feeling that the experience with depression was changing the way I viewed myself deep down. And I did not like that. I went from being this life-loving, driven guy to being unable to get out of bed before 11. From being this rational thinker with a relatively calm mind to being totally dominated by my feelings and impulses, unable to control my thoughts and with a tendency for them to rest on the negative. When I was a bit younger and I'd ask those core questions about who I was and how I served the people around me, right down to the fundamental level, I always saw myself as somebody that brought a lot of drive and enthusiasm to the world around me. Not bouncing off the walls, annoying, enthusiastic, but just a good, decent sort that didn't care too much about the pains that life threw, would take it, be happy with it, move forward, because this was still a big, beautiful planet. When I discovered the usual resources that are out there, and they're wonderful resources, such as Sir John Kirwan's depression.org.nz or the Mental Health Foundation of New Zealand. It was by no means an easy task, but I did what I could, pulled my socks up, and got myself to what I say is about 90% of the way well, by doing the things they say you're supposed to. And they're things we all sort of know, really, like making sure I'm getting enough exercise or meditation. But I didn't feel I got that last 10% and got comfortable and, dare I say, a bit lazy with my wellness until I brought into one quite simple idea. And that is that my mind and my life and my world, it all moves and migrates in the direction of whatever it is that I give mental energy and effort and grind and love, essentially, too. I bought into that 100% and thought it was a cool thing to do. Still do. And so naturally, the next question that came to me was, well, if that's how I think things work, then why would I ever put my mental energy into anything other than the constructive? And so, to what I've done over the last few years. A mate, Eve McFarlane, and I have gone around New Zealand and interviewed a whole bunch of young Kiwis who are in their late 20s, early 30s, who are living healthy, happy, awesome lives. They're really impressive young people, and in the past they've also experienced youth depression. So we wanted to find these people, meet them, interview them, get to know them and figure out what are the things that they've learned in the time since that help them stay well. What are their wellness tools? When we looked online, I found a whole lot of stuff about how bad New Zealand's national stats are, but not a whole lot of stuff about things that people have done to recover, or at least things that others say have helped them recover in the past. With our project, we've been very deliberate not to imply causation and say that this stuff is a fix. What we want to do is compile a whole lot of stories from other people and get that out there to the community. With all of these people we've spoken to, one thing that struck me, I noticed it straight away, was that none of these people recount their experience with depression in the standard sort of a way that I would have expected, which is something sort of like this. I used to be healthy and happy-go-lucky and carefree, and I was living my life and loving it. And then I got down in the dumps and experienced depression, and then I learned some good stuff, recovered, and got back better again. In my experience, none of them say that. That's not actually the model they think through. They actually say something more like this. I used to be healthy and happy-go-lucky and all of that. And then I experienced depression. And then I had to work really hard and grind my bum off to get into a better space again. Now I have to stay working and grinding and working my bum off to stay well. And admittedly, it gets easier. You get used to it. You get more habitual with what some of the wellness tools are. But it's still a case of daily work. And I've often heard it's a lot like eating your broccoli. You wouldn't have your broccoli once and say, yeah, okay, cool. Now I'm going to be physically healthy and not catch a cold again for the rest of my life until I'm 100 years old. That's not how it works. We know we have to eat our greens every day, and it's just like our wellness tools. We have to use our wellness tools every day. And so, with that idea in mind of why would I ever put my mental energy into anything other than the constructive, the natural next question that came to me was, well, when these people say they're doing work, what are they doing? Specifically, what are they doing when they say they're doing work? Because the answers to that question, that's what I believe we need to focus on. The answers to that question, that's what we've called wellness tools. Wellness tools for building wellness. The beauty of building as a concept is that it's not a state, it's an activity. And as such, it's not dependent or reliant or conditional upon any outside influences or circumstances, factors. It's 100% in the individual's control at all times. Like at any given time, I can stand up, grab my tools, do some building. So that's the core. That's what we've done. And I love what we've found. As I say, it's not causative. We're not sitting here calling ourselves experts on mental health. We've turned our project into a website, a podcast, a book, but we don't call ourselves authors because we haven't authored this thing. We say we've compiled it because we've just compiled stories from other people about things that work for them. What I really love about this, though, is some of the heartwarming stuff that we've found. Our project is called How We Got Happy. Stories of health, hope, and happiness from 20 young Kiwis who beat depression. I always tell people about it. And they always say, yeah, okay, cool, so what's the thing? What's the one thing? What's the fix? And all I can even say is, well, there's no one fix. We're all so different. We're all the same, but we're all so different. There's no one silver bullet. And I think that's quite cool. What is really great that we've seen here, though, is that there are some commonalities. So while there's no one thing that works for all, there are some things that work for people. And quite a few of these things work for a lot of people. So whereas we see these stats coming out saying that we have a 1 in 7 chance, and that if we're rural, if we're female, if we're Māori Pacific, it's worse and worse and worse. What's not said is that if we're a person that identifies as having a strong faith, well, our stats are even better. If we're a person that sticks to a structured routine every day, our stats are even better. And if we're a person that feels they have a trusting support network, some people with whom you feel comfortable talking about anything, I mean anything, your stats are even better. I'm fascinated by the various approaches to wellness that are taken by different civilizations around the world, because they're all talking about one thing: human well-being. One of the Western world's leading models comes from the UK, where researchers have shown a positive correlation between increased mental health and their 5 ways to well-being. Connect, give, keep learning, take notice, and be active. Indian culture has its own model that says a healthy person is like a house with 4 rooms: spiritual, emotional, mental, physical. And that in order to stay a whole, healthy person, we must spend time inside each room every day, even if only to keep it aired out. And half a world away from India, here in New Zealand, Māoridom has its own cultural model: Te whare tapa whā, the house with 4 walls. And it says the house can only stay standing if all 4 walls are strong. Taha wairua, the spiritual wall. Taha whānau, the social, emotional wall. Taha hinengaro, the mental wall. And taha tinana, the physical wall. I'm fascinated by all of these models, and I think there's so much to learn. So while there are these stats saying that New Zealand is the place that has the highest rates of youth depression in the OECD, my perhaps naively optimistic mind sits here and says, yeah, okay, maybe. Surely it's also the best place with the most people coming through the other side. Surely it's the best place to learn the best lessons. It's got the most people coming forward, learning the good stuff, the good tools, and coming out, recovering from mental illness as well. Surely it's also ground zero for the positive stuff too. It's like if I was a kid and I was sitting there with God before he sent me down to earth to live out a wee life, and I was just mad about soccer. And he says, where do you want to live? I'd say, oh, send me to Brazil. You know, that's the place. That's where you can be the best soccer player. Sure, the competition would be seriously intense, but that's where you can grow up playing against the best and then become the best. Same thing. If I loved film and cinema, send me to California. If I loved ballet, send me to Moscow. Well, I'm of the same mind. If I wanted to learn lessons on wellness, send me to New Zealand. This is it. This is the place. There is nowhere else in the world that is learning more lessons on wellness than New Zealanders are right now. One beautiful little experience that I had was a conversation a couple of months ago with a friend who was helping us put this project together. Tony had just come on board. So I gave her a copy of the book we'd produced and said, this is the crux of what we've done. It'd be cool if you could go away, read that, and get the vibe of what it is we're trying to do here. So this was on a Friday night. So I speak to her the Monday morning, we're having a catch up, and she tells me she's gone home that weekend. She wakes up Saturday morning, she's in the slippers, walking around, makes herself a cup of coffee, grabs How We Got Happy, sits down, expecting to flick through a couple of pages while she's enjoying her coffee and then dive into the day. What she tells me is that it was 4 hours before she got up. She sat there, she read through the entire thing, cover to cover. And it was not photo reading, not speed reading, it was word for word, slow reading, taking it all in. She said she was inspired, she was moved. By the time I spoke to her on the Monday, she had signed up for yoga lessons. She had this awesome energy about the way she was speaking. It was wonderful. And then she said one of the most beautiful sentences I think I've ever heard. She goes, you know, in reality, I think throughout everyone's life, everyone probably experiences a little bit of depression. And to me, I just thought, wow, this massive internal smile. The reason I thought that was so beautiful is that it suggests to me that inside her own mind now, she no longer sees the whole topic of mental wellness and illness as this big, scary thing we can't talk about. If and when need be in the future, she's now comfortable talking about it without the fear. And in addition to that, what's so great is that because, as we all know here in New Zealand, talking about this stuff is one of the biggest things that can help us stay well. Her wellness will be that much better off future weeks and months, years. Look at a vision. As lofty as it might sound, I know it can be a reality. It's 15 years into the future, so it's 2035. I've just had my 45th birthday. Reach into my pocket and I pull out my new iPhone 27. Open up a tab and read out the latest headlines. The stats are in. New Zealand is now the country with the lowest mental illness rates on earth. The fact is, some country has to be. And with everything we've seen going on the last few years, the grassroots groundswell of wellness learnings that's going on in our communities right now, I know that can be a reality. I have a challenge for you. It's no big deal. In fact, it might even be quite easy. You can do it sitting there right now, or later when you're walking the dog, or having a cup of tea. I challenge you to take a look at your view of the whole topic of mental wellness and illness. Bring it out onto the workbench of your mind. Dust it off, tinker with it, and ask, could it use any reworking? Maybe it couldn't. Maybe you're totally across it. Maybe you've got a healthy view that allows you to engage in a comfortable way and to be there for loved ones if they're struggling. Maybe it couldn't use any reworking. Or maybe, as was the case with Tony, it could. Thanks, mate.
How good, eh? It wasn't until I'd heard Jonathan talk previously that I thought about the opportunity here in New Zealand to have the best wellness practices. I've known Jonathan quite a while, and it took probably the launch of the book for me to think, oh, wow, that's a pretty awesome idea. And just on that, the book is available from Poppy's bookstore, How We Got Happy, straight out here in the foyer. And I've spotted at least 2 or 3 people featuring in that book actually here in the audience today. So I challenge you to go along and get yourself a purchase. All of that money goes to the Mental Health Foundation. And you might even be able to have a read, talk to Jonathan, but also try and identify who some of those people here are in the audience as well. Right, with our online audience, we've had a couple of comments come in. We put it out, where are we watching from today? And we've had Amanda, who's feeling inspired from a shed in Tito. Kia ora, Amanda. Anna is at home watching whilst painting. So it's pretty cool that we can start conquering that divide of being here and being here but not here. So, our next speaker, Rosalie Norton. TEDxRuakura's youngest ever speaker, Rosalie Norton, is 15 and currently attends Hillcrest High School. Rosalie and her younger sister have their own business, mindbox.nz, where they run workshops and events focusing on teen mental health. Rosalie is also a committee member of Seed Waikato and is on the committee for the Waikato Women's Fund. She loves playing music, songwriting, and performing in local theatre. Please give it up for Rosalie Norton.
What were you doing when you were 16? Did you spend your weekends shopping and watching movies with your friends at the mall? Did you go on long drives or spend your hours skating around your block? For me, I like to spend a lot of my extra time volunteering and getting involved in my community, any way I can. Growing up, my family and the people around me were always volunteering. My mum supervised swimming and helped kids with their reading when I was in primary school, while my nana spends many hours each week sorting through donated clothes for our local op shop. I'm surrounded by family members who take joy and pride in putting other people before themselves. I remember having fun pasting colourful stickers on school books with Mum and doing what I thought was nicely folding second-hand t-shirts with Nana. As a kid, or a younger kid, I never realized that what my family did on a daily basis was volunteer work, and was surprised to find out that people would do this kind of work for free. One of the first times I volunteered on my own was in 2019 around Christmas, where I was a volunteer at a local food bank. I remember turning up to the building and being so nervous, hyping it up to be the scariest thing ever. I built up the courage to open the door and was welcomed in with open arms and kind words. I spent the day putting cans and packages onto shelves, putting cups of flour and sugar into bags, and creating food parcels to then go back to the families in need. The hours went by so fast, and by the time it was over, I was so pumped to go back in and help the next day. This year, my younger sister and I were asked to come in and help as the country was moving into lockdown. Walking in this time, as you can imagine, the vibe and atmosphere was very different. There was only 6 of us there, as many of the volunteers were in high-risk categories and weren't able to help. We worked there 4 days a week, all throughout level 3 and 4. Throughout my time there, I got to understand the real importance of having workers at places like the food bank, who rely on volunteers to keep it moving and donations from kind people and organizations to provide the food we distribute. Over the past few years, starting high school, becoming a teen, and going out into the world, I've been learning so much about myself. All my life, I've suffered with bad anxiety, but it has started really affecting me in these past few years. I found it hard to talk to new people and socialize with classmates and teachers. Me back then would never have imagined going to events, singing, and performing in front of an audience. Public speaking or doing a TEDx talk, for that matter, would have been the scariest thing I could have ever done. For the past 2 years, my mum, sister, and I have done volunteer gift wrapping in December with Volunteering Waikato. We spent a few hours stationed at a shopping mall, wrapping all sorts of Christmas gifts in exchange for donations. It is such an awesome experience learning how to handle money, hold conversations, while also wrapping gifts that on occasion were even bigger than me. After being put in this environment, it pushed me to gain an inner confidence I never knew I had. Not only was I able to follow directions, but it also allowed me to think for myself and follow my gut decisions. Throughout my experiences, I've been able to meet some amazing people, like the team from Seed Waikato, an organization run by a group of young people focused on helping youth with their mental well-being here in the Waikato. I started writing blogs for them when I was 13, then started helping them set up events, and now have become a member of their committee. Through my time with Seed, I've been able to make some very empowering mentors, and have found a group of like-minded people who share similar interests and aspirations, and give me the open space to just be myself. When my nana first came to New Zealand from Vanuatu, she was quite shy and reserved, but really wanted to try new things when she arrived. So, she found that getting involved in a few volunteer groups allowed her to get a sense of the lifestyle here from a back seat without having to fully commit to a new hobby. And through this, she has made some amazing friends and discovered her love for knitting. Volunteering has also helped me make new friends, learn new skills, and has helped me incorporate those new skills into things that make me happy. I learnt that a shy person like me can not only speak up, socialize, and get involved, but also overcome that shyness and feel more confident in who I am. I learned that happiness doesn't have a price, and that sometimes the best source of happiness can come from doing good deeds, focused on bringing other people joy. There's nothing stopping you from doing small acts of kindness that can have the biggest impact in someone else's life. So be kind, be confident, and always remember that positive change starts with you.
Wow, Rosalie, eh? Couldn't say that I was up here doing a TEDx talk, when I was 15 years old and
No.
running a mindbox.nz business and helping people with mental health. What an inspiration that young lady is. What an amazing group of first speakers we've had as well.
I know, incredible. Have you enjoyed everything so far? That's great. Yeah, I love James and the way he kicked us off with that beautiful rainforest analogy and the idea that we've got to grow our little business shrubs to make our economic canopy work. So cool.
Yeah, I look at James and I'm like, far out, we've got a PhD University of Cambridge student with us right here as well, and the talent that we've got in this region on display today is pretty cool.
Phenomenal. And then a massive gear change to hear Adele's story.
Yeah.
Wow, her story struck me because as a first-time mum, it's scary enough to cope with that, let alone also dealing with epilepsy. Just amazing.
Yeah, and the courage, Adele, many of you talk to Adele soon, but she'll talk of the courage that it takes for her to come out here because her subconscious still tells her that she's going to have a seizure, and consciously, she knows that she probably won't, but she's had years of having seizures in far lesser stressful situations than this, and so the courage that it takes her to push through that is immense. So go and have a answer about that after this.
Yeah. And then Andre. What a storyteller.
Yeah. And what I took away from Andre was the microbes controlling us. And that's why I can't stick to those diets, you know. I have to
That's it, eh?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's it, yeah.
And then Jonathan's talk, that personally really resonates for me. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, and his vision to have New Zealand as the place to be for wellness practices, and him and the How We Got Happy team are making huge strides in making that happen. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
Which leads on really well to Rosalie, because volunteering is known to be very good for our wellness. And she really highlighted that in her experience of being in service and giving to others, and how that helped her overcome her own challenges with anxiety. Lovely way to close us off for the morning, eh?
Yeah. Living all of that stuff. But
Yeah. Great sharing.
Yeah. Cool. Hey, these speakers are immense. I think this whole production's immense, but it can't happen without our sponsors. So we want to give a sponsor spotlight and a sponsor shout out to, especially the University of Waikato, our platinum sponsor. They are giving this, hands together for. Not only do they provide us with this venue today, with all the tech support staff behind us, and the AV equipment, but also the practicing rooms and months leading up to this. It's all provided by University of Waikato. We also have gold sponsors, Unbound Digital and Nimbus Media as well. So this whole event and being able to showcase this Waikato talent and ideas and perspectives can't happen without them. So
That's right.
Huge thanks to them.
Big thanks to our sponsors.
Yep.
So they allow us to bring TEDx events like this one to you guys. And TED and TEDx, it's all about ideas worth spreading. And we hope that you've already heard some amazing ideas from our morning session alone, because that is, to me, what this is all about. It is about giving voice to people, sharing a stage, providing a platform for that. And now you're all part of this awesome TEDx community, including everyone on the live stream, which is really fantastic today. We've got Laura watching from the Dominican Republic. And Laura posted a comment to let us know how much she loved Rosalie's talk. And that's just amazing, right? That we can all share in this together. So we hope that you stay connected with TEDxRuakura and the amazing things that are on offer, because events like this are not one-offs each year. There's more things to get connected with. So make sure that you follow everything that TEDxRuakura put out. And stay connected with us after the lunch break as well, for those on the live stream.
Yeah, and there are salons and different events throughout the year. It's not just the main event per year. So make sure you come to see some of those events and just connect online, and you can stay posted when they happen. In terms of connection here today, we're about to break for lunch. When we do, the speakers will be at the speaker table, which is out in the foyer immediately after this, the speakers that you've already heard from. So we had James, Adele, Andre, Jonathan and Rosalie. They'll be there to answer any questions and give comment to some of the stuff that you've heard about today. You can also purchase the How We Got Happy book and other books. There's many other books at Poppy's bookstore, including one of the books from one of our speakers this afternoon, Jess.
Cool. So lunch is going to be served shortly. And for everyone that's watching at home, we hope that you can go and make something yummy. We're looking forward to having something tasty. So we've scheduled a 60-minute break, and we're running really, really well for time, because we reckon that we could actually use that 60-minute window to share the red dot and invite any keen audience members here to join us at 12:30 to just come up here and get a feel for it. It's something that has happened at previous events, and we'd love to run it again today. So you can have your turn, try the red dot, do a little minute, or come up here if you want to do a bit of a chit chat. Thomas and I would be happy to do some Q&A, talk about the speakers that you've heard. So if you're keen for a shorter break, you're very welcome to come back into the auditorium for 12:30, and everyone on the live stream, if you want to watch that, set yourself a 30-minute timer, and everyone that's keen, just gather here by this set of stairs, and we'll be back at 12:30 to make that happen.
And on that, I can actually see a couple of past TEDxRuakura speakers out in the audience right now, and so we're going to get them up here, whether they like it or not, and we'll ask some questions.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, Tim, you're first up, mate, so we can talk to those speakers about what they've been up to since TEDxRuakura and see how this experience, she's laughing, she knows what's So we'll have a talk to them, but also other audience members as well. If you've got an idea that you think's worth sharing, I think actually 3 years ago Michelle did something very similar, and then found herself on this dot a year later. Okay.
Yeah. Enjoy lunch.
Lunch is just out in the next room around, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the foyer.
Great.
You got that?
No, you're fine. It's all good. We've got time until 1 o'clock.
What am I going to do with this? I'll just hold it. Check, check. Using that mic. I don't even need the handheld. That's perfect. So welcome back to our live stream audience and those who are here in the physical auditorium with us as well. I want to introduce Tim. Tim was a speaker with us 2 years ago in my cohort actually, and Tim Young spoke about Rocket Island at the time, which is a video game, and we've just been speaking in the break. And what's happened with Rocket Island since you talk, and what other consequences, and what have you been up to since you talk?
Yeah, Rocket Island's going well. Some schools have been trialling it and enjoying it, but it led me on to a few other things that have captured my attention. So I ran for Hamilton City Council last year, and that led to quite a lot of awesome opportunities. And I spoke a lot at that campaign, and I learned a lot of my skills from TEDx, being able to use them, so it was very useful.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
So you invented Rocket Island. Talk to us about that process. How do you get to invent a video game?
Yeah, it was more a gap in the market and a need that I saw that needed to be filled more than me wanting to develop a video game or anything like that. And similar with my current venture that I'm doing, collecting accessibility features and developing an application to provide data to people with different abilities so they know how to navigate the built environment. It wasn't that I wanted to develop an app or do anything like that, it's just that there was a need there and I tried to fill it.
Yeah, great. Talk to us a little bit more about that app, the need that's there, and the experience, some of the experiences that you've lived around that need.
Yeah, sure. That again came, just from a gap I saw during the campaign when I got to learn a bit more about local politics and how they make decisions, generally data-driven whenever they can be. But there's just not a lot of data around accessibility features or the travel patterns for people with different abilities. And I just saw that there was a need for some more effort put in that direction in capturing that data. And once you have that data, not only can councils and governments make better decisions about where they're going to prioritise upgrades and things like that, it also provides people with different abilities the information they need to plan a safe travel route before they leave the house.
Okay, talk to us about how your TEDxRuakura speech helped you. Firstly, did you deliver your speech again after the last presentation?
No.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I did parts of it,
Yep.
never the whole thing, but yeah, you always kind of cut and paste and,
you do,
save time.
Yeah.
But I kind of got straight into the local politics thing not long after, so that was obviously very valuable. I would have made probably 30 or 40 speeches over a few month period, and yeah, there might be a slight exaggeration, but it was a lot, and it helped with all of them.
Yeah. What about the confidence? Did this whole experience give you confidence to speak?
Absolutely. You never know what the next step will be, and so just going through this it all leads to different things, and it might not be caused by it, but it all kind of blends together and merges your future goals.
For sure. What will the speakers be feeling today?
Angst. I was so nervous, but just so proud afterwards as well, and huge sense of accomplishment. You get inspiration from the other speakers and from yourself even, and yeah, it's just such a positive experience.
Tizay, what would you say to anyone on the live stream or here today who might be considering becoming a part of TEDxRuakura?
Yeah, definitely go for it if you think you've got a idea worth sharing. And yeah, just if you decide to do it, put everything you have into it, and you'll create something you'll be really proud of.
Brilliant. Thanks for joining us today.
Cool, no worries.
Cheers. I think Michelle's going to come back out now with someone else. Who have we got here, Michelle?
I've got Adriana here with me, who's in our audience today, and we're just going to have a quick chat about Jonathan's talk that I know really resonated for you, and I thought it might be cool for you to share what you heard in that.
First, I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Jonathan spoke from a place of knowledge and personal experience, And he really touched me because these are the topics that I'm very interested in, and they bug me basically from the bottom of my heart. So he addressed the mental health issue in New Zealand, which I think is a huge thing, not only in teenagers, but in any age, basically. So when I say bugged me, is because as a life coach, I see a lot of people coming with a struggle. And the struggle is they want to find their passion, but they struggle with anxiety and depression. So basically, they've allowed somebody else to arrive in their space, and they have not recognized the real them anymore. They've lost themselves on the way of who they should be, how they should act, how they should fit in the society, to please either parents, either school friends, etc., you know, and that's where the mental health starts for me.
So
yeah.
when you heard Jonathan speak today, which particular part of his talk do you think jumped out for you and made you go, yes, I want to be on that dot, I need to talk about this too?
That's a good question. Trying to address to the whole population in a way the struggle of mental health. Let's stop hiding. That's what his message is. Let's have safe place where we can talk about depression. Because depression is not anything bad. It's something that has to be explored through a personal journey. And everyone has something to bring in order to explore that journey, if you understand what I'm saying.
I totally do understand you, and it's beautiful that you express it that way in your own words. That's cool. So you're on the red dot, Adriana. Do you feel do you feel comfortable here?
I love it.
You do?
I can continue for the whole afternoon, but
Well,
they're not going to like me.
We're not going to like you doing that, no,
No,
because we have other
no,
speakers to hear.
absolutely
But was this something that you'd consider?
I will only consider as long as I can bring something and give from my experience to others. That's the only way. No, I don't want to be here otherwise and bug you with my boring talk. So
Well, the process that the coaches take all of the speakers through is trying to access exactly that. So I think you're right on the money. It's about, no one wants to listen to a really generic sell for something. It's about the personal place from which people will speak about the topic that's dear to their heart. And you're going to hear some more speakers this afternoon do the same thing. You've got some good stuff in store.
I can't wait. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Great. Let's head off stage and get the next speaker on.
Righto, I've got with me here Pisei Ling, and Pisei was a fellow speaker in 2018 here at TEDxRuakura. Still to this day, probably one of my favourite ever TEDx speeches I've ever seen, I reckon. I challenge anyone to watch it, and not get emotional. It's a pretty powerful story, and Pisei's journey is something that's, this word gets thrown around a lot, but it is so inspiring, and you can go to all of these depths, or she went to all of these depths of trouble and very real fear and very real poverty, and then came here and then had different struggles. So watch it if you haven't already, to people in the live audience and the live stream audience. Pisei, what have you been up to since your talk in 2018?
Oh, thanks for that intro. For me, the journey just to come on stage alone was just beyond words that I could put into words, because talking about shyness, just to the extreme, you would not find me to say hello to a stranger to start with, and that was out of my comfort zone. And that might be through my background, as how I was brought up. And then because the desire that I wanted to share then got me to work with the team here at TEDx. And it's just the most amazing environment that I found myself in. Supportive, nurturing, and bringing a person from hiding in the corner to being able to stand here on the red dot to talk was just amazing. And then after the talk here, I got opportunity to speak at different events throughout the years. And with that background of learning from here, I would not be able to accept any speaking engagement at all. But because of that, I thought, oh yeah, I've done it before. Might as well go up and do another one. And it's been amazing in that regard. And after that, I sort of continue to, with my passion. I'm doing psychology here at this university. I'm just on my last semester finishing the degree. So it's been an amazing journey.
Well done, Pise. How's the book going?
The book was going really well at the time, and also with the TED Talks, people contacted me and wanting to get a few more copies here and there, but otherwise I have not done any promotion or anything to it anymore because I've just concentrated on the study. And it's been great, and it's the feedback from the people who read the book, it's been amazing.
Super. We'll leave it there. Thanks for joining us up on stage, and all the best for your psychology studies, and we'll hope to see you here next year.
Thank you.
Brilliant. We can go back.
So Thomas.
So Michelle, how's today going for you?
Oh, it's very fun, I have to say.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool event, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, now
having a bit too much fun, I think.
we've just spoken to I spoke to Pise and Tim about the whole TEDx experience. You also are a former TEDxRuakura speaker. How did you find your day, and what has come from speaking and presenting up on this red dot?
Yeah, so it was 2 years ago. Is there anybody here that's with us live today that was in the 2018 audience as well? Yeah, I can see a few. There's a few likely candidates here. Yeah, it was an amazing process to be part of, and what happened afterwards is, so I buddied up with Franny. Franny McInnes was a speaker in 2018 as well. She did a memorable talk and made an amazing joke, which the crowd will remember. And Tim's laughing. So Franny and I buddied up, and we did our speeches again as a fundraiser, and we raised money for the Waikato Women's Fund, which is something that I spoke about in my talk as well. So that was really nice to repeat the whole thing again, and I enjoyed that we did some Q&A afterwards, and that was in Cambridge with about 50 people.
Yeah.
And then I shortened it. So one of the things that happens for speakers after this event day is we get together again with the speaker coaches, and they talk us through other things you can do with your talk, which is a really good thing to learn about. So they talked about what could you do to shorten it down to 7 minutes, what could you do to expand it into a 90-minute keynote. And so I had a play with shortening my 17-minute talk down to 7, and I did that as part of a different event a few more months on. And that was really fun too, to kind of go right back to the beginning and rewrite and then re-memorize, and you just play with it. And then I stopped, and I've done nothing since.
Yeah, cool.
How about you?
Oh, Have I presented it? I've presented it a couple of times since.
Right.
Immediately after for the next few months. But for me, what it really did was get that pitch on lockdown and practiced it so much, and still to this day when I'm explaining, especially about Waterboy, I'll just, almost in my sleep, regurgitate a lot of what had been practiced and learnt during that speech. And that's really important for any organisation, to have a clear, concise messaging and pitch,
Yes.
and it's got to be consistent across everywhere. And TEDxRuakura and the process of creating that presentation was really, really beneficial to the Waterboy organisation. So
That's great.
yeah, gave it a couple of times since, but not really anything past a couple of months.
That's great.
Yeah. You still involved with the Waikato Women's Fund?
As a donor, yes. That's a cool thing. Thank you. Thank you for that round of applause. Yeah, but on the committee, no. No. So I stepped down this year. And the beautiful thing about that was that it made space for a lot of new committee members to step forward. And that's been a beautiful thing to see. And Rosalie is one of those new committee members. So it's a beautiful moment here. There's a connection, actually, through this dot. And today, and 2 years distant, when the Waikato Women's Fund was really brand new, it's lovely now that Rosalie's had this chance to speak here and speak about volunteering and what she experiences from giving and being of service, which is bothering, right? And yeah, I see my mates nodding out there, the botherers. And yeah, it's a really nice moment to sort of see that all thread together.
Was it yesterday, the 127th anniversary
You are right.
of women's suffrage?
Well done, chocolate fish.
Yeah.
Yep,
Little
suffrage.
star sticker.
Yeah.
Cool. Righto, what have we got in store for this afternoon?
Well, we have got lots in store, and as you all trickle back in, we hope that you had a great lunch. Yeah? Did you have some
how
good
was
food?
lunch?
Yeah?
Cool.
Yum, that's good feedback.
Also with the lunch, whilst we're eating the food, we really hope that you've connected with some other people in the audience that you perhaps haven't met before. COVID throws that little iffy question mark in there, but hopefully you connected from a distance around with some people that you haven't met before, because that's really what today is about. It's about showcasing some of the awesome things that we've got going on here in the Waikato region, having our perspectives challenged, hopefully learning a few things, but then also connecting with like-minded people. People have come here today. Who did I speak with? Kevin, who's travelled from Hinuera, and they just come because they like seeing what's going on in the region, and yeah, they just like having that idea worth sharing. Yeah. So it's
And did
really
anybody bridge the divide and get a chance to go up and speak to one of the morning session speakers? Yeah, nice. And how was that? Yeah? Great. Real life stuff, for sure. Oh, that's lovely to hear. Yeah, there are lots of chances, I think, in our theme this year, the divide, to really poke at that and say, what's that? Is that real? Yeah. Is there actually anything disconnecting us, or are we actually all the same in some way? So yeah, glad to hear that you've been enjoying that. That's wonderful.
And in years to come as well, there will be opportunities. You'll notice you can buy a VIP ticket, and that also gets a ticket to the after party. Now, the after party is just again a chance to celebrate with the speakers all the hard work that they've put into making this presentation flow so well. They don't have clipboards up here like we do. You'll note that it's all memorised. So we're just celebrating all of the hard work that's gone into there, but also your chance to connect in person with some of those speakers that you've heard from and enjoyed listening to. So I would implore you to pay that extra little bit of money. It's a non-profit organisation, so it's not like anyone's earning big paychecks off it. We're all volunteers. So, and the after party tonight is put on by Good George at the Good Neighbour, so thank you to the Good George for sponsoring that event as well.
It's really cool for us as speakers as well to get a bit more of a downtime and a chance to speak to people who came along to listen. So yeah, good tip.
Righto.
Are we good to go?
Are we good to go? Yep, we're good to go. Should we hook into it?
Let's do it.
Righto. So, Our next speaker, who's nervously waiting off on the side of the stage, is Jess Stewart. Jess helps busy high achievers to build confidence, self-awareness, resilience, and to realise their potential. Jess has a background in senior HR roles and a decade in the corporate world. International speaker, coach, and author of 3 personal development books, Jess believes that tapping into your potential doesn't mean doing more or having to be different. It's uncovering what's already there and being enough as you are. Please give a really warm welcome to Jess Stewart.
I let out a scream and fell to the floor as onlookers turned to stare. For a moment, I hardly realized that scream had come from me as the agony advanced. But it wasn't the pain from my collapsed knee. It was everything that I'd held inside, finally being released as my life unraveled. That was the beginning of the end of my old life. Everything changed after that. It was an abrupt end to an after-work step class on the day of my 31st birthday. But that in itself wasn't a life-changing event. That scream that I let out in that class on that day, it opened the floodgates. It gave me permission to feel the things that I'd been holding back behind a wall. It allowed me to give voice to my unhappiness and to finally admit I couldn't be this person. This was not my life. There had to be another way. You see, up until then, I'd been quote-unquote successful. I'd settled down in my dream house by the beach with a man who loved me. I had a good job, company car, nice holidays. But despite the successful life, I felt like there was a hole in my soul. I was busy doing all the things I thought I should, trying to please people, always saying yes. I wanted to gain approval and be perfect. I was aspiring to be Superwoman. I was striving, but never quite arriving. I should be happy. Shouldn't I be grateful? Why wasn't this enough? But nothing gave me joy anymore. I hit a wall. The tank was empty. I couldn't get out of bed for weeks, but I felt guilty for being there. I felt like I'd let everyone down. And that's how my new life started. I turned my back on the corporate career I'd trained all my life for. The good job, the money, the car. I left my partner of 7 years and dream house by the beach, and I went to figure out another way. I lived in yoga ashrams. I taught English to Buddhist monks, and I spent time learning from other cultures. Now, we don't all have to quit our jobs and head for the hills. It's not necessary to go to these extremes to learn the lessons that I'm going to share. This was just my path. It allowed me to wipe the slate clean, to slow down, take stock of who I was and what I wanted. Ram Dass said, "The quieter you become, the more you can hear." And away from the to-do lists, social media, and the constant overachieving, I could hear my inner voice for the first time. And it turns out, it had a lot to tell me. Busyness is fashionable. We wear busy like a badge of honor. It means we're needed, valuable, successful. Our attachment to busy has become a marker of our self-worth, and we cling to it. This was me. Is it you or someone you know? When I was in Bhutan, kingdom famous for gross national happiness in place of gross domestic product, I was on a hike in the beautiful Himalayan mountains, and I asked a much older but more nimble monk, "How far is it to the top?" It's better to travel well than to arrive, he told me. i.e., slow down, enjoy the view. But our attachment to busy means we no longer value the opposite of busy. We see downtime as a waste of time. Do you feel selfish or guilty for taking time out for you, even though it's not just you that benefits? Imagine what a better partner, parent, worker, person you are when you're not stressed out and tired. I know that everyone in my house benefits when I've had a good night's sleep. It's a concept I refer to as slowing down to speed up, which I know sounds counterintuitive, but bear with me. If we slow down, make time for self-care, and take time out, what we find is we become more effective and therefore speed up. Because tasks don't take as long, decisions are easier to make, problems are easier to solve. We can think more clearly, and we make less mistakes. It's this concept of slowing down that then enables us to speed up and to travel well. Self-care for me is an early night, yoga, meditation, and walking the dog. But it's less about what we do, because we're all different, and more about making sure we press pause in our busy days. Self-care is critical in helping us offset this superhero complex. But it's as much about what we don't do as what we do. So saying no, setting good boundaries, and asking for support. As people pleasers, we can struggle with this. I always needed to do it all by myself, and that I thought if I asked for support, it'd be seen as a sign of weakness. It's something that's especially difficult for women. As equality has evolved in the developed world, we've had more opportunities, yet with it more challenges, more roles to fulfill. We can have it all these days, but it seems to come with a side of burnout. We're smashing glass ceilings, raising families, and still making sure we look and feel great. But we don't. We feel anxious, exhausted, overwhelmed, and overscheduled. It's this superwoman complex that sets us up to fail. We want to do it all, and of course, we want to do it all perfectly. And then when we can't, we feel like we failed. According to the UN, women globally still do 3 times more unpaid care work than men. And this is often in addition to our paid jobs. Now, I'm in a same-sex relationship, so it's not about blue jobs and pink jobs at home. There are just jobs. And we both work, so we split them 50-50. But shouldn't that be the case regardless of gender? Putting you first is a marker of your self-worth, and it gives us the energy to achieve our potential. We also have to believe that we have potential in the first place and decide who it is we want to be. Wait, you mean there's a choice? This was a revelation to me. When I first heard Brené Brown say that authenticity is the daily practice of letting go of who you think you should be and embracing who you truly are, I realized that I spent my whole life trying to fit this mold. And now here you are telling me I didn't need to, that it wasn't my mold. We get to create our own mold and define what success looks like for us. But as a good woman, I thought I needed to settle down with a man, get a good job, do everything asked of me, even if it wasn't what I wanted, without ever complaining. I had a massive case of the shoulds my whole life. And I didn't want to be the odd one out, not conforming. When I was in northern Thailand teaching English to Buddhist monks, I was privileged to learn probably far more from them than they did from me, including this passage that stuck with me. Believe your own truth. Walk your own path. However, they also tried to convince me that seeing snakes was good luck and meant that I'd marry a man. Both of those things terrify me. Walking my own path involved facing a lot of fear, including returning to the rural conservative Christian village I grew up in to come out, to tell those who'd known me all my life that they didn't know the real me at all. Once I'd got to know myself and spent time looking after myself, I then had to develop self-belief in who I was. And that's when I first encountered a term for something I've experienced all my life: imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is an inability to internalize our accomplishments and a persistent fear of being exposed as a fraud. It sounds like one of these days they're going to realize that I'm not as good as they think. It leads us to downplay our achievements, wave away praise and recognition, putting it down to luck or a mistake or some other external factor. It's the domain of high achievers, and according to the International Journal of Behavioral Science, 70% of us get it, regardless of gender. I remember this voice playing in my mind at book launches and TV interviews. Who are you to be posing as an expert? It was the same voice that had plagued my corporate career, and the promotions didn't seem to help. In fact, the higher the bar was raised, the further I felt I had to fall, and the harder I needed to work to prove myself. It's not something we talk about, particularly at work. And let's face it, it's pretty career limiting to admit to your new boss that you think they've made a mistake and you're not actually as good as they think you are. So we're left feeling like it's a character flaw that only we have, further evidencing this feeling of not being good enough. Now, I liken it to a volume control on a stereo. It's not that we turn it off, but we can control how loud the voice gets. Here's 3 tools to help. Know your strengths, celebrate your success, and let go of perfect to embrace failure. Let me ask you, what are you good at? Do you know your strengths? For many years, I wasn't sure I had any strengths. I certainly wasn't in the habit of promoting them. You see, the trouble with strengths is we think if we're good at it, so is everybody else. So it's nothing special. We also live in a culture that's encouraged to be modest. We fear boasting or being a tall poppy. We're not taught to think about our strengths. We do spend far too much time thinking about our weaknesses. Our brains have this negativity bias. We're wired to scan the horizon for the worst that can happen. That's how we survived. But what that translates into nowadays is what we don't like about ourselves when we look in the mirror and the things we're not good at. We also need to celebrate our success more. So often we're on to the next thing, or we're worrying about what we haven't done yet, or what others have done better, that we forget about the small wins along the way. The next time someone gives you praise or recognition, if the only thing you can say is thanks, it's a really good start. Own it, acknowledge it, and it will help offset this negativity bias. But I was lost in this quest for perfection. If it wasn't perfect, then it wasn't success. But perfect is imperfect. That's part of being human. And if we aim for something unachievable, we will always fall short. I remember my partner coming home when Jacinda Ardern became Prime Minister. She was worried that her parents might be disappointed because She was the same age and she wasn't Prime Minister. I will never look like that airbrushed photo in a magazine. My life will never seem as perfect as somebody else's social media highlights reel. As humans, failure is inevitable and something we need to give ourselves permission to do. But we've associated failure with proof we're not good enough, so we avoid it at all costs. I used to think that if I avoided failure, I'd be successful by default. And then I started my own business, and through lots of trial and error, failure became a regular companion. My first royalty check was worth less than $5. My first events were free. Sometimes no one would show up. But did I learn a lot about events and marketing and the world of publishing? When I gave myself permission to fail, I learned that that's how we succeed. 3 books later, and sellout events sprinkled with failings and learnings along the way, life's not perfect, but it's mine. And these lessons, they've allowed me to walk my own path and to travel well, to know myself, make time for myself, believe in myself, and to finally let go of this pursuit of Superwoman. I learned that when we let go of perfect, what we find is that we're still pretty amazing as we are. That when we slow down, we become more effective and speed up. That we don't have to fit a mold, we get to create our own. No one is you, and that is your power. So know your strengths, celebrate your success, prioritize you, ask for support, and stop trying to be Superwoman, because you are enough as you are.
So raw, so beautifully told. Didn't Jess do a great job? Yeah. Thank you for being such an amazing, respectful audience today as well, and you're all quite well behaved at home over there as well. That's much appreciated. Jess's latest book is available for purchase today as well, so please do make sure you check out Poppy's bookstore if you're interested in looking at that. She can sign it for you too. On to our next speaker. Stu Muir is chair of the Endangered Species Foundation of New Zealand. He was a nominee for New Zealander of the Year. He's been recognised as a Kiwibank local hero, a Sustainable Business Awards finalist, and he's received a number of Balanced Farm Environment Awards. He's an ecotourism operator, farmer, surfer, musician, father and husband. Please welcome Stu Muir. Thanks, Killian.
Whatungaringaro te tangata, toi tū te whenua. People come and go, but only the land shall remain. The irony of that whakatauki is that due to soil erosion, we're losing the land even faster than the people. I was asked recently, what would the mountain say if the mountain could speak? I paused for a moment and I thought, what would she say? I think she'd tell us to piss off. I think she would say, I've lived through ice ages. I've had dinosaurs roam across the puku of my whenua. I've seen fires and I've seen floods. And I've seen droughts. And yes, I have seen tsunamis. But I have never, ever in my entire existence seen anything as willfully destructive as you lot, you people. So henceforth be gone, you vile creatures, back to the place from whence you came. But, first of all, pick up your rubbish, your plastic and your pesticides, your rats and your cats, your insects and your weeds. mustelids and possums. And I will once again regenerate the body of my whenua using my plants and insects, lizards and birds, to recreate the vast forests, the forests that once protected my rivers, so that fresh water can again flow to the oceans that sustain all of us. The truth is, the mountain can talk and has been talking, but we've been so consumed by the minutiae of our everyday lives that we fail to take notice. That is, until COVID-19 stopped us in our tracks. Then all of a sudden, all around the world, people paused, started to observe the natural environment around them. It was as if, out of clean air, or at least non-polluted air, we could see mountainsides on the horizon. There were stars visible in the skies, and there were birds in our backyards. They could sing. Like they'd just fallen from the sky like manna from heaven, waiting for a pause in the traffic and the pollution to suddenly reappear in our lives. Fact is, they were there the whole time. We had just failed to take notice. 87% of our population live in urban areas, yet they are almost completely disconnected from the natural environment. COVID-19 has shown us and the world that we can change our behaviour when we want to, but that generally we choose not to. Doing nothing is no longer acceptable. The environment deserves the same intensive care that we have shown in our response to COVID-19. The status quo is totally unacceptable. As President Roosevelt said, our generation is on a rendezvous with destiny. It is up to us in this moment in time, both individually and collectively, to make long-term sustainable change for the environment and the economy. And it is the environment before the economy. We can no longer afford to pay lip service to the environment. If Aotearoa, New Zealand, an isolated island in the southwest Pacific Ocean, with a vibrant, outward-looking indigenous culture, if we cannot lead the way, as we've already shown the world we can with our thing with COVID-19, then who else will? Now, you're probably wondering, who the heck is this Pani Whero Pākehā to have the temerity to talk to us about the environment? Well, I'm a farmer, and I live and I breathe in the outside environment day in, day out. Rain, hail, sunshine, flood, drought. I rely upon her to produce the healthy natural food that you take for granted. If I cannot produce food, you don't eat. We need to care for her like our mother and our grandmothers, and nurture her like our daughters and our granddaughters. Now I'm going to back it up here and give you an idea of how and why I've turned out to be the way I am. Our people arrived here in the early 1840s, 1842, Duchess of Argyll to be precise. They'd escaped the Highland clearances and, ironically, the cholera epidemic. They arrived with very little apart from the family. Like all early settlers, were entirely dependent upon the kindness, the goodwill, and the protection of iwi Māori. They learned to speak the language and the customs, and formed long and enduring relationships. So much so that by the 1850s, the teenagers, the boys, were deemed old enough to be able to travel on horseback over 1,000 kilometres right across the island in order to buy cattle for the Auckland market. Now, this could have only been achieved with the goodwill, generosity, kindness and protection of iwi Māori. And in fact, we have a saying in our family, nā te mea, no nā te atawhai me te manaakitanga o te iwi Māori ka ora ai I te miua whānau I nai nei. It is only because of the kindness, the goodwill and protection of iwi Māori that the miua whānau is still here today. And we're still farming the same land next to the same whānau that we met those many, many generations ago, under the korowai of Waikato Tainui. The changes that these old people were seeing on the land and its people had a profound effect upon them. Even more so after the land wars of the 1860s and the subsequent confiscations. I was extremely privileged growing up around many, many elders, both Māori and Pākehā. And it was from them that I gained knowledge of what life had been like for the many generations before our time. Though I'd grown up in an age of using a horse and plough to seeing people landing on the moon, and it was almost as if, as we improved in our technological well-being, our relationship to the land and the environment deteriorated at an almost equivalent rate, became survival in the economy first. The stream at the back of our farm, pre-1860, was like State Highway 1 for Tainui Māori. Tens of thousands of tons of produce from their flour mills, their flax mills, their orchards and their market gardens would pass through there on the way to supply Auckland and the Sydney markets, even as far as the Californian gold rushes. The elders used to talk to me about the abundance of our forests, our rivers, our lakes and oceans. In fact, they used to catch so much whitebait they would use the surplus as fertilizer for their garden, which I know in today's reality is a complete sacrilege, but that's what the times were. My reality did not reflect this. In 1928, the Arapuni Dam released 65 million tonnes of silt into the Waikato River, effectively blocking the myriad of rivers, drains, creeks and wetlands that hitherto had acted like a massive kidney, purifying the water on its way to the ocean. Now we jump to the present day. Now Aotearoa New Zealand is becoming world famous in terms of irreversible soil erosion. Scientists from Japan, Britain, France and America are studying the East Cape of New Zealand, Te Tai Rāwhiti. It is estimated that in one catchment alone, 35 million tonnes of silt is being eroded down our rivers and out to sea every year. It's already raised the river by up to 20 metres. That's ka kite whenua, not even ka kite anō. There is no anō, there is no again. Once it is gone, it is gone. Komatu. So what to do? I could see what had happened in my area, and I wasn't willing to wait for another generation to fix the problems of the past. The accumulative effect of what was happening back here on the East Cape was like a massive oil slip coming down our rivers into our oceans. But the difference being is that when there's an oil slip, our nation goes into overdrive to fix it. When the soil erosion in the back blocks, no one apart from the locals who rely upon the land, the river and the sea, no one gives a damn. Here's an analogy you might be able to relate to. Say you've been out on the lawn having a few wines. You go home, but you've forgotten to take in the blanket. You come back a couple of days later, you're fully recovered. You pick up the blanket and holy heck, what is this? Everything is dead. All of the plants and all of the organisms that rely upon that have been starved of life. The same thing is happening to our rivers and our oceans. Too much sediment, no light, no plant life, no fish nurseries, no paua, crayfish, nothing, just barren rocks. So what to do? Like I said, I could see what had happened in my area, and I was not willing to, or prepared to wait for another generation to fix that problem. I decided to start in my own backyard. A once vibrant stream that had been the lifeblood to Tainui Māori was now a stagnant, fetid swamp, choked by willows and invasive plants. I decided to do my own regeneration in my own backyard. Now Gandhi said 4 phases to starting a pioneering movement. First, they ignore you. It's fine with that, I'm a farmer. I just want to get stuck in and get the job done with no undue attention. Secondly, they laugh at you. By the time they realise that I'm laughing at them, laughing at me, we get to the third phase. And that's where they want to fight you. Now everything in the animal kingdom knows not to provoke or antagonise a brightly coloured object. A red-headed farmer in the middle of the swamp with a chainsaw is by no means an exception. Then after that, they want to join you. And that's where you get the ripple effect. By now, it was obvious that a major transformation had taken place. The plants and the weeds that were blocking the river had gone. The river was flowing again. The natural flora and fauna was reviving. People could see that it was no longer pointless, worthless, or impossible. It resonated with them and their way of life and their connection to the river. And they wanted to be part of that community. They could see the benefit for their children's children. By me cleaning up my backyard, it had a positive effect on their backyard. Intergenerational, sustainable, environmental change. So in summary, in 2011, I got funding from the Waikato River Authority as part of the Tainui Treaty settlement process in order to improve the health and the well-being of the Waikato River. So with a chainsaw and a digger, I started clearing kilometres of the stream, removed thousands of willows that were blocking it, planted tens of thousands of trees, created dozens of whitebait spawning ponds, started a pest control program on all of the islands of the Waikato River Delta, and finally, building this boardwalk. You might think, what's up with the boardwalk? Why would you build the boardwalk? Well, if you want intergenerational, sustainable environmental change, we have to start with our young people, our rangatahi. They need to experience it, to see that river flowing, watch the fish coming in, hear the birds, listen to the rattle of the harakeke and the raupo in the swamp. Then they connect to it. It has meaning and it resonates with them and they gain ownership. That's how you get intergenerational, sustainable environmental change. But where to? Where to from here? 87% of our population live in urban areas. International studies have shown a direct correlation between our mental and our physical well-being and our connection to nature. Now, Aotearoa New Zealand is also world famous not just in pest eradication, but also in returning the flora and fauna of endangered species. Hitherto on offshore islands, but now on the mainland. We want to bring it right back into your backyards. And as chair of the Endangered Species Foundation of Aotearoa New Zealand, I pledge to build upon the success of our rural and our urban communities, not just in eradicating pests, but actually repopulating these landscapes with the rarest of the rare. If we can empower our communities, our iwis, our kura, our schools, to play their role in the restoration of the more than 4,500 endangered species in Aotearoa New Zealand currently. For example, there's estimated to be less than 100 mature kakabeak trees left in the wild. Yet most of us can remember them growing in our grandparents' backyards. By empowering our communities and our iwi and our schools to come up with their own projects using a combination of traditional knowledge and modern technology, we can provide hope in the absence of, we can provide a solution, in the absence of hope. Our communities nurturing nature. Now, if I can do it in my backyard, okay, it is slightly larger than most people's backyards, you can do it in your backyard. No matter how big or how small, it will make a difference. At a time when the mountain is calling us, it is time for us to heed her call. Rau te raurau, nāku te raurau, ko ora i te tai ao me te tangata. With your basket and my basket combined, the people and the environment can be sustained. Mauri ora. Kia ora. Thank you.
There's a delay on that.
What a guy, what a leader. I think he said the 4 steps, the last one being they'll follow and they'll jump on board. Man, I'm on board. And having now heard Stu's speech or seen his presentation, what he's doing, I tend to see him everywhere. I heard him on the radio on the way here this morning. I was, oh, that's Stu. He's also got a country calendar episode, which if you Google Stu Muir country calendar, I'm sure it'll pop up, doing some amazing work and really leading the way in how we can go about restoring our whenua. And in this region, we've got the big lifeblood of our whenua is obviously our awa and our river that flows right through the middle. If we can all take Stu's lead, man, this region and this country is going to be so much richer for it. So another round of applause for Stu, eh? We've had some live stream audience comments come through. One of our team's favourites, Adele's son, who's dying to say thanks to Mum. So Adele's son's obviously watching from home. Saab has has popped in for a bit. She's popped in for a bit of mental nourishment. Apologies, Saab. I don't know if Saab's a male or a female's name, but Saab has popped in for a bit of mental nourishment. Righto, our next speaker. Eugenia is an international speaker and eating psychology coach. She has a Bachelor in Science and Business Psychology with a background in coaching, mindfulness, nutrition, and personal development. She's the founder of She is the founder of Mindfoodness, an eating psychology clinic that helps people to regain their control around food and combining the disciplines of nutrition, psychology, and neuroscience. Welcome, Eugenia Nikiforou.
We eat when we are bored, angry, sad, or lonely. We eat to treat ourselves after a long day, to comfort ourselves after an argument, to escape from our problems, or to distract ourselves from our unhappy and dysfunctional life. Some of us eat food to punish themselves when they feel guilty. We eat because food changes how we feel. We eat because for some of us, food is our drug of choice. It seems like a solution for everything. I remember the day when I was driving home, crying. I just spent a few days with my boyfriend, and on the way back home, I went to petrol stations to buy chocolates, muffins, cakes. I didn't want anyone to notice how much junk food I was buying, so I went to 3 different petrol stations. We lived 1.5 hours drive apart, so you can imagine how much food I had in the car. I knew it was wrong to eat all that food, but it was like something took over me, and as I was eating, I was crying to the point of not being able to see the road ahead of me. I felt ashamed. All I could think about was, my life is a mess. 6 months prior, when my long-term relationship broke, I found myself feeling alone, unloved, unwanted. It was like he left this deep, dark hole inside of me. I hated my job because I felt bullied. Every day I went to work not knowing what to expect there. After a long day, I came home to a cold and empty space. So peanut butter on toast, caramel slice, and chocolate became my friend and my therapist. There was this empty space that I tried to fill, but no matter how much food I ate, the need for love, care, and touch, that was never met. No amount of food could ever make me happy. In fact, the more I ate, the more lost and miserable I felt. I felt like a failure. Some people drink alcohol. Others take drugs, watch porn. or spend hours on social media to get that next dopamine hit, to procrastinate from our house chores, or from having that difficult conversation we've been putting off for weeks. When these coping mechanisms start controlling our lives, we can choose to reduce or to eliminate them, because we can't live without them. But we can't live without food. We need to eat to live. And this is what makes it more complicated. Food, as a drug of choice, is accepted. When we're babies, our mother gives us food, holds us in her hands, soothes us until we fall asleep. We get a biscuit when we clean up our room as a treat for being good. We get a lolly when we cry. So very early on, we learn how food makes us feel. And these learned self-soothing mechanisms continue on in our adult life. How many times have we seen a movie scene with a girl eating a tub of ice cream because her boyfriend just broke up with her? Food is accepted by society. It's encouraged and it's normalized. Food is cheap and it's available everywhere. And as opposed to drugs, we don't get arrested for eating food either. Have you ever thought to yourself, I think I have a food problem? Or something along the lines, I think I'm addicted to food. Well, I believe we are addicted to escaping from our problems, emotions, and feelings. We're seeking that quick fix in uncomfortable situations, and food enables us to do that. Just think about it. How do you feel when you eat chocolate? Calm? Maybe relaxed? Why do we crave sugar when we feel stressed? Because food changes how we feel instantly. It gives us that high, just like drugs do. We get told girls shouldn't be angry. Boys don't cry. We even have anger management courses. And when we tell other people how we feel, they try to fix us, to make us feel happy, and encourage us to look on the bright side. But as humans, we are born with the ability to feel a variety of emotions: anger, sadness, disappointment. And yet these feelings are seen as problematic or as negative. So we medicate ourselves with drugs, alcohol, or food. And sometimes food is the only and last pleasure that's left in our life. That's why I believe we don't have a food problem. We have a life problem. I hear stories like these on a regular basis in my practice. And by the way, all these names are made up to keep them anonymous. I once asked Tony, a client of mine, what does your heart desire? And he said, Eugenia, all I long for is love and connection from my wife. But because I don't get it, I go over to the chocolate in the fridge. It doesn't reject me. It's always there for me. Working with Lena, she told me how much pressure she felt to be the perfect mother, wife, grandmother. She was always saying yes to people and adjusting her schedule based on their needs. She was feeling guilty and selfish for taking time for herself. She was basically a people pleaser. She learned to be a good human, we need to be there for others. But that didn't come without costs. To rebel and do what she wanted, she was eating secretly at nighttime when her husband went to bed and nobody was watching. Because that was the time when she could be herself. When I asked Emma, what do you not want to admit? She said, I haven't been sexually attracted to my husband for over 6 years. He's all I know. He's my safety blanket. But every time he tries to be close to me, I feel guilty for not being able to give him what he needs. So I binge on food for days to punish myself. We all seek happiness. We just sometimes seek happiness in the wrong place. Happiness is not found in a package of chips, in a bar of chocolate, in a shopping mall, or in a bottle of wine. Happiness lies within us. There's always the subtle knowing, the gentle voice that's talking to us. When we pause, feel, and listen, that's when we get the opportunity to reconnect with that inner knowing, our dreams and desires. Neglecting that voice for too long, it starts screaming at us that something is wrong. So when we no longer distract, avoid, or numb our emotions, that's when we get the opportunity to reconnect with that inner knowing, our hopes and dreams. So when Tony identified his need for love and affection from his wife, he also learned about the difference in their love languages. He understood she is showing him love by keeping the house clean, cooking for him, and she's the only breadwinner in the house as well. He also expressed to her that he feels love through touch, which she was able to embrace and give it to him. When Lena identified that her worth is not defined by pleasing others, she started setting boundaries and saying no to people. And she noticed she didn't need to eat secretly because she didn't need to rebel against anyone else. But most importantly, not against herself. When Emma connected with her knowing, asking herself, what do I really need? What do I want? She noticed that her need to binge vanished. She also told her husband that she's gonna leave. And that was one of the most healing conversations she's had in a long time. Well, and myself, when I arrived that night, I felt sick from eating all that food. My eyes were swollen from crying, and I fell asleep asking myself, why can I not stop eating? What is wrong with me? Why do I not have stronger willpower? I know about food, I know about nutrition. Why can't I just do what I know? Next day, I called my boyfriend and told him everything. I said, I need help. I can't do this on my own anymore. That's why he suggested a family friend. Working with him, I started asking myself those deeper questions. What does food mean to me? What do I know? What do I desire? And the answers were, food is my lover, my friend, and my therapist. Food was there for me when I came from a job that I hated. It distracted me from my heavy emotions, and it gave me something to do when I felt alone. Food was everything for me. When I had those answers, that's when I could change my life to find true happiness. That's when I quit my job and started my business, helping other people to regain their control around food so they could create a life that's meaningful to them, that is fueled by freedom, joy, and true happiness. That's when I noticed that I no longer needed food to fill my life. My life was already full. As long as we're scared to disappoint others, we will keep disappointing ourselves and then numb the pain that we live in. But what if we could look into our relationship with food to find true happiness? What if we could ask ourselves those deeper questions. What do I know? What do I avoid to feel? What do I wish? What do I dream? What do I hope? So what I wish for us all is to have the courage to pause, listen, and connect with our inner knowing, so that we can make decisions based on our truest self, based on our truest desires, wishes, and hopes.
Wow, Eugenia, that was insightful, right? Thought-provoking. A very worthwhile talk to give us a moment to just stop and think about the relationship we have with something so everyday, so mundane, something that we do a lot. Let's have another round for Eugenia, please. Just want to do another shout out to those that are commenting and sharing the insights that they're enjoying from today's event on the live stream. Comment here from local Waikato Regional Councillor and TEDx speaker coach Pamela Story. We know that she's been hooked all day and she tells us that she's been enjoying all the speakers. She's writing a comment per speaker and she's right there with us. Thank you for being with us in spirit today, Pamela. It's awesome to hear from you. It's now my pleasure to introduce the final speaker for our event this year. Nicola Turner is author of the upcoming book, Living Lightly, The Busy Person's Guide to Mindful Consumption. Her journey from a corporate career in fast-moving consumer goods has now taken her to a life where she uses 400 less synthetic chemicals every day, has 20,000 less items in her home, and puts out only one wheelie bin of rubbish a year for a family of 4. Nicola is a true champion of slow consumption. Please welcome Nicola Turner.
Hot compost. Hot compost. Anybody else feeling a sudden urge to organically break down their food waste? I often wonder if sustainability hasn't been marketed to us right. Most of us want to be more sustainable. Maybe we just haven't seen a version of it we can relate to. We tend to see the extremes of conservation and overconsumption. We feel the pressure of not doing enough or not having enough. Ultimately, we end up in this endless cycle of feeling guilty or feeling greedy. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you we could have it all? What if I told you there was a way we could have connection and convenience, simplicity and lifestyle, conservation and consumption? What if I told you there was a way we could make sustainability sustainable? Sounds good, right? So what's getting in the way? I reckon it might just be bad marketing. What is being marketed to us is to consume. There's a $1 trillion marketing industry convincing us that buying and consuming feels good. That'll make our lashes longer, make our family better looking, make our lives 86.4% better. Results may vary. I know because it was my job. My first career was in the international world of fast-moving consumer goods. My job became to understand how we think and behave as shoppers. I'd analyse all the data that's created every time we swipe a card. I'd observe people in virtual reality shopping labs wearing special glasses that would track where their eyes went on a pretend shelf. I'd follow people around the store with my clipboard to watch them shop. Just pretend I'm not here, I'd say. It's very weird, slightly voyeuristic, but at the same time, really fascinating. There's an army of people like the former me around the world whose job it is to understand how we think and behave as shoppers. Then layer on top of that sales and marketing. It's no wonder we're consuming so much. But here's the thing. Our consumption, what we use and how we use it, creates our impact on the world around us. That's our footprint. The clothes we wear, the food we eat, the electricity we use, the way we get around, the manufacturing that goes into the stuff that we buy, the waste we create. How and what we consume is our impact. And we're consuming a lot. Currently, at the rate we're consuming, it's estimated we need 1.6 planets to support the resources we're using, which is a bit of a problem. This is our backup plan. Makes you realise that maybe the simplest thing to do is just to figure out a way to look after the one we've already got, right? So we're consuming a lot, but the flip side of consuming less ain't really cutting it with the masses. We need a version of sustainability that's appealing and relatable to the mainstream. We need a narrative that's not too heavy and not too light, but that encourages and inspires us. I reckon what we need is a kick-ass marketing campaign. A campaign to convince us that consuming less feels good. Any good campaign starts with the customer at the heart of it. So let's start by meeting one of ours. Her name is Amy. She's 38 years old. She has 2.4 children and a golden labradoodle. She appreciates nice things and she loves that surge of dopamine she gets when she buys something new. But she doesn't like that guilty feeling she gets when she sees something like an image of a turtle with a straw jammed in its nose. This is the type of thing that Amy might say to us at a focus group. Oh, hi, I'm Amy. I want to do what's right for the planet. I just don't have much time at the moment. Life's super busy. I want to do the right thing, but it can't cost me any more money. And I don't want it to compromise my lifestyle. Like, I still want to be able to go on the good holidays. And I don't want it to make my kids the weird ones at school. I'm happy to do the right thing, and it's kind of embarrassing to admit it, but it just has to fit in with my lifestyle. I get it, Amy. I kind of feel the same. And I think, honestly, maybe a lot of us do. For a long time, my reality was all about consumerism. It was my job to convince us to buy and consume more, and I was a personal convert. I was a big fan, trying to consume my way to happiness. But then I started on a personal journey towards living more sustainably. A journey that became about questioning every aspect of my consumption. Look, first to admit, might have taken things a bit far to begin with. Kind of went from 0 to 100. Top speed being when my neighbour caught me composting my husband's old underwear. I'd gone from consuming the planet to being consumed by trying to save the planet, and it was exhausting. But over time, I've figured out a way to consume not too much and not too little, but in a way that's just right for me and the planet. So what kind of thing do we need to say to get people like you and me and Amy on board? What kind of campaign might make us feel like sustainability is just right for us? We tend to see sustainability as this big other thing. This thing we'll do when? This thing that has standards and requirements that need to be met. But it turns out there's no secret handshake. There's no mandate to wear socks and sandals. We don't all have to sell our cars and eat nothing but free-range, dolphin-friendly wheatgrass. Changing our consumption can be as simple as shifting our mindset. We tend to consume on autopilot. Amy wants something, she buys it. She's done with it, throws it away and buys another one. So what could we say to Amy that might help her think differently? We tell her that it's as simple as flicking a switch into that conscious part of her brain. It's a micro pause before she buys or consumes something to go, do I really need it? Do I really want it? Maybe it's a conscious moment. Maybe she'll sleep on it. Maybe she'll put it into her virtual shopping cart and leave it there for a couple of days. She'll likely realise she doesn't want half the stuff she thought she did. And for the things that she does, she can just ask herself, can I make a better choice? Can I buy it secondhand or rent or borrow it? Can I buy it locally made or without packaging? Can I buy it from a company that's doing social good? It's mindful consumption. It's a slight shift in our thinking. It's a micro pause in the busyness of life. And it's no big deal. Jacob got this pen at a conference he went to. Currently, the marketing tells Jacob to have as many pens as he wants. Buy them in a box of 1,000. It's just a pen. The problem is that we're buying, using, and throwing away more than at any other time in history. We've become super disposable. I'm not saying we have to rinse and reuse our tea bags like our great-grandparents might have, but it actually feels really nice to reconnect with the value of things. The impact of what we buy, use, and throw away is not just what we see, it's everything that came before. Take this pen. Oil was drilled for the plastic, metal was mined for the spring and the tip, then it was probably loaded onto a big ship and moved to a massive factory where it's made into a pen, then probably loaded onto another enormous ship and moved halfway around the world where it's packaged up, put onto a plastic wrap pallet, loaded onto a truck, moved, put into a goodie bag, and then given out free at the conference that Jacob was at. So without making Jacob feel guilty, how do we help him to be less disposable? Maybe, instead of Jacob taking the pen and it ending up broken in the bottom of his bag or in the third drawer down in the kitchen where all good pens go to die, Jacob could just say, oh, no thanks, I've already got one. Or if he does need it, he takes it, but he uses it. He looks after it. He appreciates it. It feels good to value the things that we have. Grace knows all about the problem of garage creep. She moved into a new house and it had this brilliantly empty garage. But somehow, over time, stuff just crept in. Till it was so full of stuff, she couldn't fit her car in it anymore. Grace feels overwhelmed with the amount of stuff she has. The kids' toys, the clothes, the furniture, all the throw pillows. The more stuff we have, the more we have to look after and maintain, to tidy up and organise, to feel overwhelmed by, to spend all our money on. Grace is not a minimalist. She doesn't only want to own 3 Swiss Army knives, half a couch and 1 shoe. She doesn't need to fit her life into a backpack so she can travel the world. She's got children, garden furniture, a macrame hobby. So what could we say to Grace that might help her think that there's another way? Maybe Grace doesn't need to feel the pressure to upgrade to the 300 square metre house with 4 bathrooms, a portico, and a huge mortgage. Maybe she can unsubscribe from the constant marketing emails that make her feel pressured to continuously upgrade her home decor. Maybe Grace doesn't need a wardrobe that's so jammed full of stuff, she feels overcome with decision fatigue every time she opens the door. Maybe she can have a wardrobe that's a quarter of the size, only has things in there that she truly loves and will last for a really long time. Maybe it would help Grace to understand a concept called the spotlight effect, which means that we think people notice us, what we have and what we wear, way more than they actually do. Turns out we're all far too busy focusing on ourselves. Maybe, just maybe, Grace could wear her favourite 10-year-old blue top over and over again, and no one would even notice. Having less makes life simpler. Rachel was convinced that she could buy her way to convenience. But in a weird twist of irony, she's just spending more of her busy life shopping to buy things to save her time. One survey found that females spend 399 hours and 46 minutes a year shopping. That's 10 working weeks of time. Now, Rachel doesn't have the time or the inclination to spend all her weekends at home crocheting Brussels sprouts or whittling her own clothes. So what could we say to Rachel that might help feel like there's an alternative? Imagine Rachel was faced with this. She's halfway through making a pie, and she realises she's run out of those super convenient pre-frozen sheets of pastry. Every inch of her being wants to jump in her car and drive the 4 minutes each way to the supermarket to buy some more. But then she wonders, how hard could it be to make myself? She's not really a baker, but how can anything with that much butter in it taste bad? 16 minutes later, she has a double batch of pastry. Time taken to drive to the supermarket and buy pastry, 24 minutes, 50% longer. Because by the time you get out of your house clothes, get the kids in the car, drive, find a park, find what you're looking for, buy 8 other things that you didn't realise you needed, wonder how you've just spent $120, find your car, drive home, park, unpack. Clearly sounds familiar. Shopping less saves time. 3 years ago, Marcus bought a bike. He'd seen it advertised in a European lifestyle magazine, and he had a romantic notion about saving the planet by riding his bike to work every day with his laptop, a French stick, and a bottle of wine in the basket. But you see, Marcus is what we would call a fair weather cyclist. He only likes to ride his bike if it's not too cold, or too hot, or too wet, or too windy. It all just got a bit hard. And Marcus feels guilty, but his bike's still in the garage. What could we say to Marcus that might help motivate him to start? We tell him not to let perfect get in the way of good. Maybe Marcus can ride his bike to work 1 day a week. Choose a day when the weather's good. Sounds way more achievable, right? Riding his bike to work 1 day a week is not perfect, but it is fundamentally better than not riding his bike at all. Imperfect action is still action. If we all focused on just doing a little bit better by the planet, man, how awesome would that be? Will is just one person, and he feels like what he does won't make a difference for the enormity of the planet. He's waiting for science, big business, and the government to sort things out. And look, I am not saying they're off the hook. They need to be doing everything they can. But what could we say to Will that might make him feel that what he does can make a difference? Will's mum bought him a reusable coffee cup for Christmas. Will works in a large corporate office, and every day 10 of them will go out for their caffeine fix. Will takes his cup along. A few people in the group take the mick out of him for trying to save the whales. But within 1 week, 3 people in that group are using reusable coffee cups. Within 3 weeks, every single person in that group is using a reusable coffee cup. As humans, we are influenced by social norms. We look to those around us to inform our decisions and our behaviours. We are never one person taking one action. Change ripples out. It's what got us to where we are, and it can help get us out. Look, I don't know if any of you guys have clicked on yet, but apart from the golden labradoodle and the macrame habit, all of these people are actually me. The campaign's a reflection of my journey to find a middle ground between the pressure of not having enough and the guilt of not doing enough. My journey to find a way to live more lightly on the planet in a way that works for me in my family. I've pretty much flipped and reversed everything I knew about consumption. I used to be about understanding shopper behaviour to get us to buy more. Now my job is to understand human behaviour to get us to consume less. I've learnt that making people feel guilty doesn't motivate them to change. We pretty much all know that we need to be doing more for the planet. But we need to feel good about it. We need to surround ourselves with more of the narrative that encourages and motivates us. I went into this journey looking to decrease my impact. What I found was simplicity and time and a sense of connection. I love that my kids are growing up knowing how to value the things that they have, feeling like they're part of something way bigger than themselves, and that they know how to compost their own underwear. I'm not going to single-handedly halt climate change, but I've found a way to make a difference that works for me, and it feels really good. Slowing my consumption has been better for the well-being of the planet, but it has been undeniably better for my own well-being. Turns out, we can have it all.
Did you love that? I have to say, and I've told Nick, I think that's one of the best TEDx talks I've ever seen. Let's give her another round of applause, eh? We've got another couple of comments that we'd love to share. Thank you to everyone on the live stream that's engaging with us. So Gemma from TEDxRuakura says, loving the stream. Very cool, thanks Gemma. Frida says, great talk, Eugenia. So important to connect to our inner knowledge.
We've had Susan say, go Nick, as Nick was presenting. And when Eugenia was presenting, we've had Anna Smart has said, had a real light bulb moment during Eugenia's talk, realising that food does change how we feel.
Fantastic. So, what a cool afternoon, hey?
Yeah.
Wow, that was a pretty powerful way to open with Jess. Yeah, really loved the way that she shared her message and was very vulnerable in sharing parts of her journey with us too, eh?
Yeah, and what some of you may not realise is because Jess is such a good speaker, how hard it was for her to share some of that really personal stuff. She's never done that in a public arena before, so that took a lot of courage for her to stand up and share that here today for the first time.
And if anyone was feeling drowsy, we're pretty sure that Stu woke you up.
And so with Stu, I mean, I came out here after Stu's speech, it blew me away, but I, like many of you, probably never realised how many of our derelict swamps used to be thriving metropolis of whitebait, etc. And we've got a responsibility to clean that up as a community, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah. And then it was great to hear from Eugenia and reflect on that sometimes complicated relationship we have with food. Yeah, she did a great job of that message.
Yeah, and realise that, you know, with drugs and alcohol, there's a I don't know, a stigma about it, but with food, you can't just go cold turkey.
Oh, Thomas. Oh.
That's what I learned.
Yeah, and Nicola, she closed out the day so beautifully, and I really loved that message about mindful consumption. That was my takeaway.
Is that a consumption joke or a mum joke?
It's both.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got to get, yeah.
I just want to round out our day with a few more final notices for you all. Thanks for being such an amazing audience. We want to give another big shout out to our sponsors. Thank you so much to the University of Waikato as our platinum sponsor, really making everything that is big and logistical in this day happen smoothly for us. And another massive shout out to our gold sponsors, Unbound Digital and Nimbus Media, plus all of these other amazing organisations that you can see behind us on the screen. They're printed onto your lanyards. Don't forget their names. They've done a huge amount to make today possible. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Also, please, a huge round of applause to our volunteers. So understand that this event and being able to showcase some of these things happening in our region, our awesome region, can't happen if it weren't for the sponsors and the volunteers, and no one in the backstage crew, all of the camera people, all of the speaker coaches, everyone who does all the stage management, all of the things, all the marketing and the digital comms, every single role is volunteer, and it takes a lot of time. I think the speaker coaches especially probably put in 30 hours a week for a good 20 weeks, which is a lot of effort, a lot of time. So we really, really appreciate the work that everyone does. Let's just again put our hands together for our volunteers, because it's epic.
Hey, now if you've heard some ideas worth spreading today, please do spread them, make them feel a bit infectious. And if you've had a new thought that's come up today while you've been experiencing this event, either live in our audience or at home from the comfort of watching the live stream, don't throw that thought out, okay? That wouldn't be Nick's message today. We want you to hold on to that idea, because there will be a call for speakers. A nomination process will open up again soon, and we'd love you to consider whether that's you. Will you be here on the red dot into the future? So keep your eyes peeled to follow TEDxRuakura on their website and also on all social media platforms to find out more about that speaker nomination process. Oh, lanyards.
Yep.
Thanks. So, if you're a VIP ticket holder, we really look forward to seeing you at the after party, which starts from 4 p.m. Make sure you hold on to your lanyard, because that's your ticket. That'll get you in. Everybody else, as you leave today, please feel free to leave those lanyards behind so that they can be repurposed, and you can leave those with an usher and a volunteer as you exit the venue later.
Also, a reminder that we do have the books available for purchase. We have Jess's book available there, Superwoman Survival Guide, and also Jonathan's book. Now, on top of that, we've got a special treat for you today. Andre's Bio Brew is available for all of the guests here today, and you can, if you want to, and let's employ some mindful consumption. If you want to take a bottle of Bio Brew and you'll drink it and try it, or give it to a friend, then please feel free. That's been kindly donated by Andre.
So kind.
And also employing some of our mindful consumption, we do have TEDxRuakura drink bottles that you can also take if you'll use them.
Yeah, and just thinking about Nick's message of consuming slowly, please do feel free to leave slowly, because this afternoon's speakers will also be hanging around outside. So you got a chance to speak to them one-to-one, and know that many of you enjoyed that in the morning session just before lunch. So please also take the time to have a chat to Jess and Eugenia, Stu and Nicola before you leave today.
Cool.
Are we closing off?
I think we must. It's a
it.
sad time when it comes to say goodbye for another year, but please do sign on to our social media comms. We hope to see you at the salon events throughout the year, and thank you very much for being a part of the TEDxRuakura community for 2020, and we hope you enjoyed the day. Ka kite.
Ka kite.